Your Honor, good morning. We're back on the record with case on trial.
And good morning to all.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I first want to take up the issue that we left undecided at the end of the court day yesterday, which is the text messages that were written by Ms. Church to Mr. Fowler's phone. They begin, the ones at issue begin at 11:06 a.m. on November 11, 2022, after Mr. Fowler had been taken by ambulance to Antifreeze Hospital. If I've gone through the texts, I see that they continue up until the evening of November 13th, 2022. So they were all written at a time when Mr. Fowler went from Antifreeze Hospital to Mount Auburn and finally to Beth Israel. To my understanding, Mr. Fowler was in the IC unit of all three hospitals for most of the time frame in which the texts were written. Having reviewed the texts carefully, and there are quite a few of them, I do not find them admissible. And they're not all alike. There are a number of differences between the texts. A number of them are somewhat inscrutable. That is, you can't really understand what they're saying. For example, there's a text, quote, "Now he's had an hour and 20 minutes to get his own spin on my truth." I don't know how anybody would know what that means. Some may be understandable, but they have no apparent relevance to my eye. For example, Ms. Church saying she needed to leave to check on the dog, but she had to wait 20 minutes because her keys were in Mr. Fowler's room. Or there's a number of texts expressing her animosity towards Leroy III, or describing a telephone call she received from some woman named Susan Sylvester. I don't find any relevance to those texts. There are a number of texts that express concern and love for Mr. Fowler, including in one a statement that Ms. Church is willing him to live. But the relevance of that particular species of texts depends on accepting the truth of the expressed sentiments. So they are hearsay. As the case law makes clear, if statements are inextricably intertwined with the truth of the matters asserted in them, they are not admissible. They are still hearsay. And so those texts expressing love and affection, desire that Mr. Fowler survive and the like, cannot come in as state of mind statements, because they only have relevance as state of mind statements if one accepts the truth of the sentiments being expressed. Finally, there are quite a few texts that essentially recite things that Ms. Church has done, such as calling or texting Tammy Carbone or Leroy III. Some of those texts recite what she's actually said or texted to them. I find these two are hearsay, and they're not admissible as state of mind statements, and I don't see any of them having any bearing on a Bowden defense. So my ruling is that those texts are not admissible. Rights preserved, Mr. Scully?
Yes, just the same argument that we made yesterday,
Yes.
Judge, and note my objection.
I do.
What I would like to do at this point, if it makes sense, is separate that section of text from the others and ask that they be marked for identification.
By all means.
And then if it makes sense, since the others are coming in, we could pre-mark those for an exhibit when we get to that. If now's the right time, I'm happy to do that.
Well, yeah, on these, you're going to be offering these through the testimony of Trooper Williams, correct?
Yes, and my plan is to discuss them generally, kind of focusing on the 10th, which was the night, the 11th, which is the morning, pursuant to what the court had actually suggested. What we really want to show is a steady stream of communication and an overall content without going into the nitty-gritty of it all, so to speak. So there were texts kind of every hour.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to show that steady contact until the last one.
Well, to approach it in whatever manner you wish to approach it. I wanted to just make sure that, as I explained yesterday, sufficient thought to the potential downside had been given. I have every confidence that it has. You explained fully and understandably why you want the texts themselves in, and that's fine. Why don't you? We'll just mark those texts when the trooper's on the stand during cross-examination. You can just say you've seen and reviewed texts that were obtained from the phone, and here they are, and we'll have them introduced at that point. I know we have our jurors. They came in early despite me telling them that they could wait a little bit. Anything else we need to discuss before we bring them in and proceed with the trooper's testimony?
We do have one issue, just a technical issue. Mr. Scully had his technical person do the edits on the interview.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, I believe both parties are still waiting for that the newest and final thing to download because it just takes time.
At what point in your examination would that occur?
Not right at the beginning, but probably within the first 15 or 20 minutes or so. I can change it around so that we can wait. Obviously, I don't want to waste time, but I just want the court to be aware that
We're still waiting for that to be completed?
Yeah.
So there were a couple things. There was some statements that Ms. Church made post-invocation that needed to come out. We agreed to it. He was able to get to it this morning, but the format that it's on, we can't download it from our office because of the firewall, so I need to download it from a hotspot. So I sent it to our IT people to see if they could download it quicker. I think they're having the same issue on the court Wi-Fi. It's just slow.
Okay.
So I just don't know how long it will take. We have it. It's just downloading from that.
And just so the court gets a sense, so we probably had 4 or 5 versions of this, starting with significant disagreements and getting to the point where now, draft goes over, draft comes back, we got to download it, watch it, re-edit it. And we've arrived as of 3 a.m. this morning with a video that we think we like. We all like, and now we just got to get it downloaded onto a thumb drive and played.
Who was dealing with this at 3 a.m.?
That was me, Judge.
Well, I appreciate the efforts of all counsel because you had only 2 disputes to bring to my attention. And so to me, that's really good work by counsel in trying to work these things out among yourselves. So I appreciate it. And I especially appreciate Mr. Scully if you were at this at 3 a.m. I assure you I wouldn't have been. So I appreciate it.
I wasn't either, Judge.
Right.
So if we could just have 5 minutes just
That's
to
fine.
check on that. And we have a couple of things we want to make sure we print and get ready.
All right. So we'll give you that time. Let us know when you think you're ready to go. Even if it's not ready, maybe we can give a start. If you can move on to other things while it happens, maybe we can make use of that time. Oh, we haven't done it. Well, yeah, actually, you can. Mark it. Mr. Scully is going to give you the texts that I've just excluded that all start on a certain page, and we're gonna. You have to still print those out, correct, Mr. Scully?
I thought we were going to use your copy. Is that not usable?
It may be. What I did is I made notes for myself. I'll tell you what, we can use my copy. Okay. I used a pencil. I just have to erase my notes and thoughts on each of the texts, and I'll do that.
My copy's just a little blurry. It's
That's
color,
fine.
but it's not as clear as yours.
And Judge, with respect, I had given the court my copy of interview number 2 yesterday. I don't know if the court needed to make any marks on that or anything, or if I could just have that back, because I didn't ever get a chance to print out another copy. If the court needs it, I'll make another copy. If not,
I don't think so. Was this marked as M?
Yes.
oh, okay.
I have to run downstairs and print something. I can photocopy that and then leave M in evidence and just take a copy of that if it works.
That's fine. So we'll get that back to you, but we'll keep one copy because it has been marked for identification.
Thank you.
And I will erase those scribblings on the post-hospitalization texts, and I'll provide those to Ms. Draper for marking for our next item of identification, which I think is N.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Norkunis, Ms. Draper probably talked to you about why I didn't endorse that third motion for.
I didn't have an opportunity.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay. Well, why don't you just come up? This is an ex parte funds thing. Why don't you just come up and I'll. you put up with me too. All right.
That's good.
Yeah, it's gonna be whoever's faster.
Okay.
What was that meme? now open. You may receive it.
We're back on the record with case on trial.
We all set?
The video is finalizing the download. It's downstairs. Someone in our office will bring it up as soon as it's done. Should be within the next 10 minutes.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Your Honor, Mr. Norris wishes to address the court. Oh,
Yes.
You wish to come up sidebar?
Oh, on that.
And Your Honor, for the record, we did mark those texts as N for identification.
Excellent. Good morning, Doris. Thank you for your patience. I know that I told you you'd come a little late, but I was also told that all 16 of you were here pretty early on, so you've been waiting for a while. We actually ended up staying in session yesterday till just about 4:30, working through some of those issues I told you we needed to discuss. Today we dealt with at least one other, and then there's been some technical issues that council were trying to iron out before we could bring you into the courtroom. I think they have now all been resolved, so here we are ready to go again. Since we saw each other yesterday afternoon, has any member of the jury discussed the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves? No. Since we last saw each other, has any member of the jury seen, read, heard, or overheard anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case? Very good. We are continuing with the presentation of the Commonwealth's case. The prosecutors may call their next witness.
Lewis Williams. He's Lewis, right?
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand for me, please, do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Lewis Williams, Williams.
And sir, what do you do for work?
I'm employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And are you a trooper?
I'm a sergeant.
Okay. Well, sorry, you're assigned to this. You're an officer.
Yes.
All right. Current rank is sergeant.
Yes.
When did you get promoted, sir?
November, I believe, last year.
November
so 2025.
Okay. Prior to November 2025, what was your assignment, sir?
So I was a trooper. I was assigned to the Essex County State Police Detective Unit. I was assigned to homicide investigations.
All right. What is your current assignment, sir?
I'm assigned to the State Police Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team. It's the city team. I'm also assigned to the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force.
All right. So I'm going to ask you if you just briefly, sir, as a member of the State Police Detective Unit in Essex County, how long were you a member of that unit?
Almost 5 years.
Okay. And as a member of that unit, sir, what were your duties and responsibilities?
So I primarily did death investigations. We would do unattended deaths, which could be medicals, suicides, accidental deaths, decompositions, and then we would do suspicious deaths as well.
Okay. And over the course of those 5 years, how many of those death investigations did you participate in?
Approximately 275.
And that would include all of the homicides, the suicides, the accidents, the unknowns?
Yes.
And generally, sir, when you were doing these investigations, were you working with other troopers or other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
And how did that generally work?
So typically whenever a death comes in, we get assigned to the local police. They'll call it in. So they have a detective. We meet up with the detective. And then we also, for any scenes we go to, we have crime scene services for the state police. So we have a trooper assigned to them, and they deal with like the digital photography. So for all deaths, from an investigative standpoint, there's typically 3 of us on scene at a minimum. And then typically the local police will have like a patrol officer on scene as well.
And would you have supervisors who you would work with on these cases?
Yes, so we had an on-call schedule. The troopers were on call. You had a 24-hour block. Supervisors are on call for the entire week, so they supervise any calls that come in.
That would be a sergeant or a lieutenant or a captain, also assigned
Yes,
to the state police detective?
that's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, sir, I want to take you back to November 12th of 2022 specifically. Did you become involved in an investigation into a death in Salisbury on that day?
Yes.
Okay. I should say, at the time that you actually got involved, was it a death?
No, the person was in the hospital in serious condition.
Okay. And when you got the phone call, that there was this investigation that was going to be started and it was going to be your assignment, what did you do, sir?
I went up to Salisbury and I met with Detective Verney, and Trooper John Lannon also came as well.
Okay. And did you have any information regarding what you were investigating at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. You had spoken to Detective Verney about information that Salisbury PD was in possession of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken to anybody else at that point in time when you sort of were driving up there and meeting with Detective Verney about information that they had?
No, the only my supervisor, he knew what was going on, and that was really it.
Okay. At some point, did you decide to talk to more people who might have information relevant to the investigation? Yes. Okay. And who were those people?
So we spoke to, the first person would be at the police station. We spoke to Dr. Vaz. He had told us about his concerns that he had on some of the blood tests and possible ethylene glycol poisoning.
All right. And Dr. Vaz was one of the doctors who worked at Mount Auburn, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so having this information So did the information that Detective Verney gave you include the fact that there had been a 911 call the day before at Mr. Leroy Fowler and Judy Church's home in Salisbury?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a chance to listen to the 911 call?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to review the body cam footage from Lieutenant Delaria of the Salisbury Police Department who responded to that call?
Yes.
Now, armed with that particular information, sir, what was the next thing that you decided to do?
So on all death investigations, the first person you typically want to talk to is the reporting party, and as well as like the last known contact. In this case, Judy Church was the reporting party, and she was the last known contact with, not the deceased, he was still alive, but the Leroy Fowler. So we went to try to speak to her first.
Okay, and so the jury's already had the opportunity to watch the body cam interview of Ms. Church on November 12th, 2022. You were present for that interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Detective Verney was actually wearing the body cam, so you can actually be seen in that video, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just a couple questions, sir, about that interview. At one point in the interview, Ms. Church said to you that he, referring to Leroy, went away a lot. What did you understand that to mean at the time she told it to you?
When she was saying like he went away, because narcotics had been brought up, so I wasn't sure if like she was talking about, like, to put it bluntly, kind of like going on like a bender. Like he would go away and like use drugs or alcohol. Like I didn't really know much about who Leroy Fowler was at that time, so I figured he was just like going away to be on a bender, to be honest.
As you learned more about the investigation and had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Church again, what did you come to understand she was talking about at that point in time?
So I did not know about the Barbara aspect and the other girlfriend, and then I realized that what she was referring to was when he goes away, like he goes to another woman's house.
And at some point during that interview, did she become particularly agitated?
Objection.
Which interview are you talking about?
First one, Judge.
Judge, could we be seen at sidebar briefly?
Yes.
about how long did you stay and talk to Miss Church?
First interview,
First interview.
probably like 45 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that.
All right. Did she draw your attention to a particular crawl space under the house?
Yes.
Did you take a look in there at her suggestion?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice anything in there that looked like it was problematic or could be relevant to the investigation?
No.
Now, after you completed your interview of Miss Church, did you speak to some other individuals?
Bless you.
Yes.
All right. And who were those individuals that you spoke to next?
It was Leroy Fowler's family members.
All right. So Leroy the Third,
Yep.
Michael
Bill-
Hawkins,
Yep. Billy Eden, Tammy.
Billy Eaton, and Tammy Carbone.
Yes.
Okay. And during the course, so this was all on November 12th, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you getting any updates from the hospital periodically during the course of this day, or was that the conversation with Dr. Vaz the only one you had that on that day?
That's the only one I remember that day. Yeah.
Okay. Now, late on the 13th, so that would be Sunday, did you learn that at about 7:30 that evening, Mr. Fowler had been taken off life support
Yes.
and that he died around 9:30 or so that evening?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, into the 14th now, did you decide to do a couple of things to further the investigation at this point?
Yes. 14th being Monday, right?
14th being Monday,
Okay,
yes.
yep.
So what were the sort of the two main things that you had decided to do as of the 14th?
I drafted a search warrant, got it signed. We went, executed the search warrant, and also asked Judy to come for a second interview at the Salisbury Police Station.
All right. Now, did you actually conduct the search warrant, the search, or did that take place at the same time that Ms. Church was speaking to you down at the police station?
Yeah, they were simultaneous.
Okay. So you were not there for most of the search?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you brief the officers who did conduct the search about, the nature of the search? Did you guys have a conversation beforehand about the nature of the search, nature of the case?
Yes, we all met at Salisbury Police Station. They have a little conference room off the main lobby, and it's pretty typical. You just will go over the addendum on the search warrant, what you're looking for, and give them a background on the case, and then they start the search after that.
Okay. And the search warrant tells you what you're allowed to take and what you're not, essentially.
Yeah, you have a list in Addendum A that'll tell you specifically what you can take.
All right. Now, in connection with the interview of Miss Church, did you also have a search warrant to take her phone as part of the search?
Yep, that was in the same search warrant. It was in Addendum A for her cell phone.
Okay. And she actually, she was physically in possession of that, and you took it from her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your training, have you been trained to use a couple of programs that have been testified to about earlier, one being Cellbrite and one being Gray Key?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you understand those two programs to do?
So they both do similar things. They do forensic extractions of cell phones. They can do computers and things like that too, but for what we mostly do is cell phones. So they'll extract the file system, which can then be uploaded into Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, and then you can analyze the documents, and then you can produce a reader report as well. And it just essentially memorializes all the data that's within the phone into a readable format.
Okay. And the search of the home, were there limitations placed on what you were allowed to search for on Ms. Church's phone?
Oh, for the search of the phone, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the search of the phone for text messages or other messages was limited to November 8th to November 14th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were allowed to do a keyword search through the phone for particular words that may have been relevant to the case. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And and it's probably obvious, but just so it's clear, when you do a keyword search, sir, what does that mean?
So you're searching like the entire phone for that word. So just say it was like football. You would be searching the word football. Does this pop up anywhere within this phone? So there wasn't necessarily a timeline associated with the keyword searches, but the November 8th through 14th was all those messages we were allowed to see.
Okay. Now, let's start with a couple of photos, sir. You did take a look at the photos that were contained on Miss Church's phone. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any photos that were taken that were taken during the time frame in that November 8th and November 14th period that caught your eye and that you ended up sort of flagging for further investigation or as part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just the
metadata associated, so they're all the front page is the metadata with the thumbnail, and then the back is the actual.
Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Sir, hand you a two-page item and ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize what's those 2 pages?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a picture of Mr. Fowler in the hospital bed. He appears like somewhat, sedated. He has wrapped birthday presents placed on his body and a cupcake placed on his chest.
Your Honor, after this is this photograph was taken on 11/11/2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, after this is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next exhibit.
Is it 37, so much?
And just so everyone's clear, Sergeant, this 2-page document, the front page contains sort of the metadata associated with the photograph, the phone that was used, the time,
Yes.
all that sort of thing, and then the second page is the actual photograph.
Yes.
And as I said earlier, this was found on Miss Church's phone.
Yes.
What's the date?
August.
So how is that inside the search warrant?
That wasn't, we got a separate search warrant. Hand you another one, sir. And what do you recognize that to be, sir?
So this is a photo of a glass with an orange liquid in it and a cup holder that appears to be next to where Mr. Fowler's bed is in the residence. It was taken on August 26, 2022.
And again, this was found in the photo library of Ms. Church's phone.
Yes.
Offer this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next exhibit.
Exhibit 38, so much?
It's a little blurry, unfortunately, on this screen, but we'll do an auto. Now, in addition to those two photographs that I showed you, sir, were there a number of photographs that you found on the phone that were all photographs of Mr. Fowler and Miss Barbara Randall?
Yes.
And so I'm going to hand you four different two-page documents, and just ask you to take a quick look through those four. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those four photographs to be?
These are photos of Mr. Fowler with Barbara.
On various dates, is that fair?
Yeah, so do you want me to just go through them, or?
Yeah, well, let me,
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that these be next, marked as the next four exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Scully?
I have no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All righty. Exhibits 39 to 42.
So much.
Which one do you have? Maybe the what, this one? And Trooper, excuse me, Sergeant, I apologize.
It's fine.
Hard to remember sometimes. I knew you as a trooper for so long.
Yeah.
What were the dates associated with each of those particular exhibits there?
Okay, so this first one looks like it's a screenshot of a video, and it appears to be like Leroy Fowler down on one knee in front of Barbara while she's sitting in a chair. That one's on July 12th, 2022.
What number is that? I'm sorry.
So what number is that?
Oh, number 40.
Thank you.
Yep. The next one is number 39. That is a photo of Leroy and Barbara sitting in like a park chair with like a small child in the middle, like smiling for a photo. That is August 8th of 2020. This one appears to be actually a
Number, sir?
it's number 41. It appears to be a duplicate of the one I just said. It's Leroy and Barbara again in a chair with a small child in a park from August 8th, 2020. Yep, August 8th, 2020. And then the next one is number 42. This appears to be a screenshot of Leroy and Barbara just like smiling to the camera. That's on August 4th, 2020.
So we're just going to show you on the monitor, sir, what has been, and show the jury what was marked as Exhibit 40. And that appears to be a screenshot of what appears it to be actually a video file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just the screenshot, though, not the actual video file itself.
Yes.
And these were all found on Miss Church's phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. No.
Can the screen be put on? Oh, of course. Is there a button? Where's the button?
Need a second, Judge, to see your screen working?
This one's not, so
Okay.
it's hard for me to see the other one. So Ms. Draper's going to fix me up. Oh. No worries. I won't delay anything. Thank you. I'll just see it from here.
I can also hand it up if the court would like to see the
Not
exhibit.
necessary.
Okay.
I'll troubleshoot at the break.
Oh, yes, thank you. That is better.
Sir, I'm going to hand you now three separate documents, and just ask you to take a look at those and let me know if you recognize what's depicted in those those three documents, sir.
Yes, these are notes from Ms. Church's phone.
All right, so those were found. So she was using she had an iPhone, correct?
Yes.
All right, and on the iPhone there is an app that comes with the phone called Notes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Church, found on her phone were a number of notes in that notes section, correct?
Yes.
And these are three of the ones that you found during the download of the phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer these as the next three exhibits.
They may be admitted. Mr. Scully?
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's 43, 245.
Now, that two of these documents, Exhibit 45 has a date of May 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Exhibit 43 has a date of May 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then finally, Exhibit 44, just for whatever reason, the download did not find it. There's no date associated with that particular download, correct?
Yes.
It would be. I'm going to hand you the document that's now been marked as Exhibit 43. That's the shortest of the three notes. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and I'm just going to ask you to read that one out loud, sir.
Okay. Hey, hello. Listen, read carefully. I never want to see your cunt scratched, cunt gouged, cunt sliced, cunt bashed, cunt loving face ever again. With that said, let me know when you want to get your shit and get the fuck out of 108 in Massachusetts and my life. I will disappear so that my wish to never see you again happens. Take everything that is yours, including Springer, not Salt. What you leave behind, I will consider abandoned. I will get rid of it with pleasure. And don't make this a reflection on you. It's on me. Happy to be the bad guy so long as you're gone. You mean as much to me as I do to you. Can you be an adult? Probably not so. I want to be as far away from your anger and vile words as possible. Let's just do it. Over and done. Thanks for the memories. And if you're wondering, I'm dead serious. Just tell me when. I'll make myself scarce so you can take your shit and fade away. Oh, and thanks for that special gift and money you said you'd give me. I mean, it's not like I ever thought I deserved so much from you. Nah. Spoil that abusive cunt. That twat deserves it. And P.S., please put my wheel back on bike. Take all yours. Again, you are wonderful. I suck. So just go and say in hey, hello, be happy.
Thank you. And I neglected to give you one more of those messages, sir. Just ask you to take a look at that and just ask if you recognize that one.
I do.
All right. And is that another message or another note that was found in the notes section of your church's iPhone?
Yes.
And that one also undated?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, right after this is the next exhibit.
Scully,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 46.
Exhibit 46 to 9.
With the court's permission, I just ask that you read that one as well.
This is Exhibit 46.
Thank you.
If you see those two cunts that live in the cottage, tell them I have words. You'll recognize those two cunts because you're with one. I guessed it all, didn't I? You're just here and dragged me along to buy gas because you don't want to be with me in, it says FL, but Florida. Like that morning in Florida, you baited me with that cunt on the phone to say out loud that you didn't want to be there. And when we left so abruptly is exactly what I said. That as soon as we got home, you'd leave, and you did just that even though you promised otherwise. If you don't want to go back to Florida, just say so. If you and I are done, just say so. I'm not going to fork over another penny for you to fuck me over ever again, because I know you'll just still drag that skank bitch back with us. You keep complaining about the cold and that you want to go home. I am want to be in Florida. You only want to be in Florida or anywhere else with my money. Obviously, I am not the one you want to be with because you fucked me over today too.
Thank you. Just so the record's clear, that was Exhibit 46, correct?
Yes.
Judge, could we be seen in sidebar?
Yes.
we have one moment, Judge?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Trooper, I'm going to hand you a 2-page document and ask you if you recognize what's scripted in that document.
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize that to be text message exchange between Miss Church and another individual that you found on her phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer this as the next exhibit.
And subject to our discussion at sidebar and with all rights preserved, I will admit it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 47, so moved.
I'm just reading from the text message exchange. On September 9th, 2022, Miss Church wrote to the recipient of the message, "Scorpio to the world." The exchange continued on, and on that same date, at about 10:26 p.m., she wrote, "I wish I could actually sting and poison someone to the death," with death all in capital letters, and an exclamation point. "Got one picked out if that's the case," exclamation point. Is that fair and accurate reading of that document?
Yes.
I'll just ask if we can mark it separately. Judge, I know we started at like 10 today, so I don't know what time the court's going to take the break. I was going to get into the video now, and it might be useful to play some of it, take a break, and then play the rest of it, because otherwise it's a long video.
All right, we can start it.
Okay. All right. Now, sir, I'm sorry, what? Yeah. You mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that you, at the same time the search warrant was going on, you interviewed Miss Church back at the Salisbury Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded on body cam?
Yes.
All right. And that was you and Detective Verney conducting the interview of Miss Church?
Yes.
Okay. And, when you spoke to her to sort of ask her to come down to the police station, did you have any difficulty understanding her?
No.
She didn't appear to be under the influence of any
Oh,
drugs
no.
or alcohol?
No.
Okay. And it was at the beginning of that interview that you took the phone from her that we've been discussing in some of the previous exhibits. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, we have the thumb drive with the video actually plugged into the computer. So I would just offer that as the next exhibit, and we can perhaps put the tag on the thumb drive when it's convenient for the court and the clerk.
All right, that's fine. We'll get the next number, which is
48.
48. It will be Exhibit 48,
Thank you.
the thumb drive.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just so you know, same as yesterday, body cams were recorded. I'll probably end up just propping it here. It's easier than wearing it and getting in the way.
Okay. I'm scared.
Nothing to be scared about. Like you said. No, you're absolutely not under arrest, okay?
At least it's someone else.
No, that's fine. These things are kind of finicky. So.
You have a bottle of water?
I do, yeah. Hang on 1 second.
Thank you.
Just grab my bottle of water. Yeah, no, I'm good. So my camera is on. Just so you know, it's over there. We'll wait till he comes back before we talk. How are you doing since?
I'm awful.
Yeah,
Horrible.
obviously it's.
I'm confused. I'm as confused as this family because, you know, I've got reports that things are looking good.
Yeah. No, when we were talking to you, it seemed like it was
Mount Auburn Hospital.
positive, yeah.
I don't know how it all tanked from there.
Yeah. No, and we have like I would argue the best hospitals in America, to be honest. I mean, there's people that fly in from like the Dominican Republic to Logan Airport to go to our hospitals, so I would think you'd have the best chance of survival at our hospitals, but obviously something happened. You want to get any water? Have you talked to his family then? Mm-hmm. Okay. How's your son doing? Was he close to him?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I consider Lily Roy stepson and Leroy the same.
So obviously, like I said, in your driveway, so I do death investigations. That's all we do. When we met in the driveway, it was preemptive because I had talked to hospital staff and they did inform us, there was a possibility that what happened last night could happen. Obviously, we don't have the crystal ball, so everything I said last time about we come out, get our ducks in a row, pray for the best, hope I can just take the case and throw it in the trash because the person makes a full recovery and it's no longer a death, so I'm no longer involved. The unfortunate part of my job is this is what happens. I do have my recorder on as well. I know he has his body camera on. So your son, is he at home right now then?
He's on his way.
Okay. Where is he at right now?
With his girlfriend, picking her up from school.
Okay. All right. Was she in college?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd she go to school at?
I believe Necco. I'm not sure.
Necco, do you know what it is?
Cable.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's
Northern
Necco?
Nexus.
Community college. Community college. Oh, got it. Okay. All right. So you're probably wondering why you're here. Like I said, we need to talk about the death. Go back over the facts now that we know it's an actual death, and then move on from there. Before I start, if you need to just read your rights. There's a mess.
I've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm required to read Miranda words. Yeah, I have to read it. I know. So, if you have the right to remain silent, do you understand what that means? Yes. Anything you say can or will be used against you in court. Do you understand what that means? You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have him or her with you during questioning. Do you understand what that means? If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. Do you understand what that means? If you decide to answer questions now, you still have the right to stop questioning at any time. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what I've read to you?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date?
Today's the 14th.
And what's the time?
4:05. 16:05.
Okay. This is for your rights. And then you have the option if you want to talk to me or not, obviously.
My family classes, baby.
Do you want me to read anything to you? If you can't read anything, I can read it to you if you point the pen.
So I can say, no, I'm not going to talk to you?
You can say whatever you want. Yeah, yep, 100%. It's up to you. Like I said.
Can I refuse to sign this? So what does all this mean?
Yeah,
I don't understand it. I feel like I'm going to be behind bars and I'm scared.
Just so you know.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
You're not under
I have told everybody. Okay.
Judy, I don't want to get you worked up. I don't want to get you. You are not under arrest. You are not in custody. You're going to walk out this door after we talk to you. I understand that this is a very intimidating thing, and it's just when you read it to people, the reaction that we're getting right now, that I can't say that's not uncommon. I'm guaranteeing you that you are walking out this door. You are not under arrest. You're not in handcuffs. We came to your house. We asked you to come here voluntarily. I'm not lying to you about that. You are not under arrest.
If we had your son in here, if we had little Leroy in here, if we had anyone else in here that we were asking, we would do the same exact thing. Okay? So it's just part of our policy when someone's at the police station, that we have to give them their rights.
And you can make whatever decision you're comfortable with. I'm not pushing you on anything. Oh, I think that was the wrong box.
I think it's the top one.
It's this one is where you sign if you check yes. This very yes. Sorry, that says signature.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just put all that sign, put a line to it.
So
She even would do initial now. Can you sign as well, actually, for me? All right.
he said this wasn't to freak you out.
Yeah.
Just something we have to do when someone's here. We understand that you're at a police station, so we have to review your rights just in case. So the real reason we're here is just to have the same conversation we had.
Yeah,
Two days ago.
Oh, sorry, I keep saying yesterday, 2 days ago. So anyways, yeah, the front lobby's right here. Like, we didn't bring you up back. So I know you don't do this every day, so it can be misinterpreted. But anyway, so this is going to be redundant for you. Can we rehash? So leading up, this goes 72 hours before the death. So it happened on Friday morning. So that's what, Thursday, Wednesday. So Tuesday morning, can you bring me from Tuesday morning, you with Leroy, and can you bring me up to Friday morning at, I believe the phone call is 8:02. So all the time before. So you're supposed to start with Tuesday morning at 8:30 or when you woke up, whatever time that was.
Well, I'm not sure. Tuesday morning, we were both home. I had dentist appointment.
Okay.
I can't remember, but I know I went out and got groceries.
Mm-hmm.
And when I came home, Leroy was gone.
Okay.
He took off in his truck. And I told my tenant in the cottage that we were coming to fix her floor. Mm-hmm. So then I had to text her back and say, sorry, he's gone, and, I don't know when he'll be back. And he took off on me. And, which always, makes me sad. But he did come home. And I was putting groceries away. And he had a round plastic container, which I will assume were perks. I never saw them. I really don't know what they look like, if I came across one. He shook it, and it sounded like there were I know there were more than 5, I think maybe 10. And he told me that he had to go over to we call it the CUNT. And because he realized she had taken his disability money goes on a prepaid card each month.
Who are you talking about?
Barbara.
Oh.
Randall.
Okay. Barbara Randall. Okay.
And that she took his card and he wanted it back. But obviously he got something else. I don't know where. I don't know what happens. I don't know where he goes for them. Mm-hmm. But that whole Seabrook is a den of drugs. Mm. And he asked me if I wanted one, which I'm like, I'm allergic to them. I'll throw it right up. It'd be pointless. I said, no. Why would I want one of those? And I don't remember what we did after that, actually.
And that was, about what time was that?
1 or 2?
On Tuesday.
Mm.
Okay.
Did he take the Percocets on Tuesday?
I didn't see him take them.
Did you ever see an altered status of him after at all? Anything that would imply he took them, or
I'm
no?
trying to remember Tuesday.
Yeah.
I know that part. I do remember because I was trying to recall things myself.
Yep.
I don't know what happened after that. No.
Okay.
But he didn't work on the floor in the cottage, I know that. Because it was Friday, it was Thursday that he crawled up under there and actually took a look. Because we had been doing so much to the yard to pack for Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And he got, at Wednesday,
And overall on Tuesday, how would you say he was like? So I'm trying to envision, like you said, he got Percocets, but you didn't see like a change in his status, so nothing to like lead you to believe that he was like using Percocets on Tuesday. Like, did he seem like his like normal self, like normal Leroy? Nothing like that was raising a red flag in your head.
well, normal Leroy, I mean, he's bipolar, he's got a lot of emotions, so
Okay.
I don't really know. And I don't know what it looks like,
Okay.
or if he actually took them, or still had them, or, you know, what was the purpose of taking them in the first place, so. I know he's always had back problems, his back hurts him. I don't believe anybody should ever be in pain.
But I think he was using the Percocet for the pain.
I can relate. I just had back surgery 5 months ago.
Yeah, I can't speak to it.
Back pain is actually hard.
I can't speak to it, but, you know, Leroy was his own man. He did what he wanted, and you don't tell him what to do. You just don't.
Okay.
And, you know, you don't ruffle the water.
And what makes you say that? Like, what's his demeanor like? Typically, like, what would make you say like about Leroy? You don't want to ruffle the water with him.
Well, he doesn't. He won't ask. Like, if I asked him, "Where did you go?" he wouldn't tell me, but he offered the information.
Okay.
So a lot of times I just assume it's over there, and when he comes home, he comes home. And that's
Is it kind of
my life.
interpreting kind of almost like a one-way street? Like, I'll tell you if I want to tell you type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I'm sorry you got to deal with that.
Yeah. I lived with it.
Yeah.
So
How
that's
long-
my, you know, that's just how
long
much I
has
love that man.
dynamic been going on where Barbara's been in the picture as well as you? 'Cause I understand that would be challenging to say the least. Has it been like a year or?
No, longer. Since 2016.
Okay, it's like 6 years. Okay, that's been going. But prior, because how long were you with Leroy for? In like a dating relationship?
2012.
So 10 years. So would you say you had the first 4 years of your relationship was pretty, like just, I guess you and him? Okay, and then all of a sudden, 2006.
He meets up with this woman and she hooked him on the perks.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay. Okay. So Tuesday, wakes up, he gets Percocets from Barbara, comes home. You can't say if he took or didn't take them. He might still have them, the next day because you didn't see a change in his status. Kind of sounds like he's, based on you mentioning bipolar, that like he's not necessarily consistently the same person.
Sometimes, and you don't ask questions.
I can hit play again and see what happens.
Then, and sometimes he's.
It works.
All right.
It works on the computer.
Shall we, well, let's see what Ms. Draper can do. Try kicking it. That's my solution to every electronic
I
problem.
don't even have it on play.
Yeah.
That's just the.
Some sort of
Speaker.
feedback in the speakers.
Let me try hitting play.
Really happy. He loves his dog.
Should I go back a couple seconds?
Yes, I would think so.
How long were you with Leroy for? In like a dating relationship?
2012.
So 10 years. So would you say you had the first 4 years of your relationship was pretty, like just, I guess you and him? Okay, and then all of a sudden,
He
2006.
meets up with this woman and she hooked him on the perks. I know that.
Okay. Okay. So Tuesday, wakes up, he gets Percocets from Barbara, comes home. You can't say if he took or didn't take them. He might still have them, the next day because you didn't see a change in his status. Kind of sounds like he's, based on you mentioning bipolar, I feel like he's not necessarily consistently the same person.
Sometimes he's just quiet and moody, and sometimes, and you don't ask questions then, and sometimes he's really happy. He loves his dog.
Is it the dog we just saw? Okay. Okay, so then it sounds like nothing really eventful with the exception of obviously purchasing Percocets on Tuesday. So then he spends the night he's at your house, sleeps there. I'm assuming you wake up Wednesday and...
I don't remember Wednesdays.
Well, if it's
I would have to look. I would have to look around and say, well, what did we do? I mean, we watched TV.
It's like 2 days before his birthday. Maybe getting prepared for that. I don't know. Wednesday routines. No.
I don't recall. I really don't. I don't recall it being that.
Seems like
And
it.
it was nothing eventful, obviously.
Yeah.
I was hoping he'd obviously go and check on the cottage.
Sorry, you say the cottage, what's that?
Well, if you came up my back stairs, it was that house on the other side of the stairs, up the ramp.
So you go up the ramp.
A little further up the ramp, and on the left is a cottage. It's got the same siding and everything.
Okay. And do you own the cottage? And is that when you say he was doing the floors and stuff? Is that where he's working on? Is he renovating it for you, basically?
She had a problem. The floorboards was like sinking, and he wanted to go in and fix it. But finally, on Thursday, he said he would.
Okay. And when you say she is, do you own that piece of property and you're renting it out? Okay, got it. Do you own the whole building that you're in and you rent to your son, I'm assuming, or maybe let him stay there, and then the third floor you rent out to somebody else? So you're basically a landlord. Is that what you do for work? Or a primary source of income?
No, I'm a retired teacher.
Oh, retired. Where did you teach at?
Middleton.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
That's okay.
I can talk a lot. So Wednesday kind of sounds uneventful. Is there anything out of the ordinary that happened on Wednesday? Do you think he took Percocets on Wednesday? Anything where you saw an altered status with him?
I don't know. I'd have to look and see what happened on.
If you say look and see, what do you mean?
Well, I go look around the house and see
Trigger your memory.
what was going on.
Do you remember what you had for dinner, or do you usually cook dinner?
Usually, I cook something. Yeah.
So you remember what you had for dinner? That might help. Sometimes that.
No, she does. Yeah.
Did you order out?
Yeah, because I'll remember this night I had steak. Oh yeah.
No.
Pizza. It's usually.
Just go through the list.
Sometimes he just sleeps. So maybe that's what was going on.
Is that from drugs, you think?
He had a lot of medical issues, so I don't know.
So you had told us the
He'll
other day that.
he'll go days without sleeping at all. A couple hours is good for him. So.
And then he'll go the opposite, where he'll sleep.
Does he sleep through the day and stay up or at night? Because the other day you said he was up till 4 a.m. and watch TV. Is that typical?
That is.
Wait, was he up until 4 a.m. or did he wake up at 4:30 a.m.?
He was up.
He was up. Yeah, I thought you said he woke up at 4:30 a.m.
Yeah.
So Wednesday, uneventful. He's not abusing Percocets or anything like that. Okay, so now we're at. Did he go to bed Wednesday night? He didn't stay up all night or anything? I know it's a weird question.
Yeah.
He went to bed. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, because we woke up together and it was Thursday. And he's like, well, we got a lot to do today. So he's a man on a mission when he's ready to roll.
Yep.
And he had to clean out the van. He had it all planned out. He was cleaning out the van. He's going to put the stuff that we were going to buy another trailer from his little Leroy's uncle, Billy Eaton. Oh, Leroy, he did have that conversation with Billy Eaton on Wednesday, so I do remember him talking on the phone.
Billy Eaton is
Leroy's uncle.
Leroy's uncle. He had that conversation on Thursday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. You know what side of the family Billy's on?
Pardon me?
What side of the family? Like, is it paternal
He's,
or maternal?
Well, his, Tammy had a baby with Billy Eaton.
And who's Tammy?
Tammy's his sister. Leroy's sister.
Leroy's sister's
Yeah.
Tammy? Okay.
Who is William Jr.
Okay.
And,
I don't know if I'm able to keep track of all these people.
yeah, young Leroy,
Yep.
or my Leroy, had little Leroy with Billy Eaton's sister.
Okay, so Billy. Okay.
I don't
And
know.
that's Tammy, is that what you said?
And you said Tammy's the sister.
Mary.
Mary's the sister?
Mary's
the mother of little Leroy.
Mary's the mother of little Leroy, passed of drugs years ago.
Oh, she passed away. Okay.
Yep.
So, R.I.P. And then Leroy, I'll just say Junior, because that would get confusing with two Leroys.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a son named Leroy, Bill, and then Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill is his, sorry, can you say again what Bill is to him? He's a brother-in-law? Or a brother? What was Bill to senior Leroy, the older one?
My brother-in-law. Yeah.
He was the
yeah.
brother. Okay, sorry. I'm catching myself up to speed.
I don't know if they married.
Okay.
Did they marry? Yeah.
I think, and then you mentioned a Tammy, you said is a sister of Big Leroy.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, not to interrupt you. So what about that?
What about what?
You were just mentioning like him talking to
Pull the trailer.
Yeah, the trailer and all.
Right. So, just something I remember from Wednesday. That's all.
Okay. And then Thursday, wake up, normal time.
Yeah, well,
Is normal 4:30? Is that what a normal
Yeah.
day is for him?
Yeah.
So that day wasn't normal then, 4:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So for me, that's pretty early. I'm being honest.
Yeah,
with
no, it was on 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock.
you. Okay, so he wakes up Thursday and then.
And so we had, things to do. So I go out and he's in the van, and he wanted me to help him in the van, and then I realized I'm really not only just standing here. I got bigger fish to fry in the house, packing things up.
And this is for Florida.
For Florida, yeah. So, I asked him, do you need me here, or can I do something else? He said, yeah, but I'll need help when this time comes. Or I'm like, okay, well, just holler for me. And he's out there working, and I'm in the house working and packing. And he took the boxes of things that I packed, put them in the back of the van, because the things he put towards the front of the van, he was giving to his his stepson.
Okay.
Not blood.
Not blood. Who's his stepson?
Michael Hawkins.
Michael Hawkins. Okay. So he's packing all day. Thursday. Is it all day? Half the day?
Oh yeah. By the time we got to the cottage, the sun was going down. So.
Is he driving all this stuff down to Florida then?
Oh well, there's a lot of stuff in the back of the truck. He put all the like lawnmowers and generator.
To go down there.
And wrapped it all up and put it as a forward part of the bed, and everything on the end we were bringing to little Leroy's work.
Okay.
To toss in the dumpster.
Trash.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. So, I guess I'll go back to the Percocets. Did he do the Percocets Friday?
I have no idea.
Any
I really
altered-
don't. I just know they have them, and
Yeah. And then you don't
I don't know where he
after
puts
that.
them. I don't know where he hides them.
You said Barbara's the one. Is she selling Percocets to him?
I don't know.
Okay. Providing, maybe? Maybe not selling?
There's an awful lot of drugs being sold in and out of that house.
Got it. Okay. Picking up what you're saying.
Adderall.
Yeah. Okay. And then, so is there anything that is out of the ordinary for Friday? Thursday. Or sorry, my bad. Thursday. Yep, Thursday.
Just working?
No?
I keep doing that when I'm a day off.
Yeah. No, we just kept working, and we come in
You
and
guys have for lunch? Like a lunch break?
yeah.
What do you guys have for lunch?
I don't know, maybe grilled cheese. I don't know. Sometimes he won't eat either if he's working. He just works straight through.
So the reason I'm asking was he eating enough all week? Was he getting, nutrients and
Water.
He lived on pie and cupcakes.
and cupcakes?
So would you
Yeah, cookies
describe
and
his
milk.
diet is unhealthy?
Yeah, I would, as much as I try.
So unhealthy diet as well as narcotics. The other day you said cocaine too. I'm not saying you did cocaine or Percocets in the last 72 hours before, but narcotics. Did you smoke cigarettes? Cigars?
Way too much.
Smoker?
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Okay, so is that everything for Thursday, the day before? Packing, everything's normal. And then obviously Friday, I know that's when it gets crazy. So Friday, and just to clarify, just to make sure we heard it right, he woke up at 4:30 Friday, right? He didn't stay up all night till 4:30?
He was up when I checked on him at midnight because
it was okay.
Because it was his birthday.
Okay. Yep.
He likes to. He goes out in the porch and watches porn on his phone.
And that's at night.
At night.
Okay.
This is Thursday.
So around midnight.
I went in to say happy birthday to him. Asked him if he wanted to open his presents. He said, no, I'll do it later. And she never came.
Did you then go to bed, or did he go to bed?
He went out in the back room, like I said.
When you say the bathroom, is that
the room
one
you
with
walk
the door?
into.
That's the back room.
Yes.
So he went into the back room,
Right.
and then you went into your bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then when did you next see
He
him?
would text, his porn and comments, and, I'd roll my eyes because it's like repetitive.
Yeah.
Comment back. So my sleep was really kind of broken up. And then but I must have dozed, and I heard the metal we had made a pile of metal stuff that he had someone, a friend he knew, Guinea, who picks it up. And Guinea was coming at 11 on Friday to pick the metal up, but at 4:30 in the morning, I could hear from the front of the house somebody clang like a big piece on the ground, and I looked out, and it wasn't Guinea's truck, it was a different person. And I went out to the back room and I asked him. He said, no, Guinea's coming at 11, that's why I know that.
So what did you ask him?
Asked him what, does he have people who work with him, or for him and pick things up? And he said no. And he said Guinea was coming at 11.
Did you wake him up, or he was still up there?
He was up.
Watching TV?
It looked like he might have dozed at the same time I did.
Okay. So was it somebody random just picking up the scraps?
Yeah, somebody just
So it
drove
just
by.
happened to be someone driving by, grabbed the saw and
Yeah. And he
So
said,
probably stealing the scraps, right? Like you guys didn't have a free sign on it, or was it?
well, it was obvious it was a pile.
Oh, okay.
That
So okay.
scrap.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And so I went back to bed.
This is at 4:30. Okay.
He said he'd be right in. It was around 6:30, 6:35ish. He comes into the bedroom. And I'm a light sleeper, and he woke me and he said, my legs won't work. I just fell 3 times, walking through the kitchen area to the bedroom. had to go to the bathroom. And I said, well, let me help you. And clearly, he was legless. And he's a big guy. I did my best. I got him to the bathroom. He kept telling him, hold on to the wall so you don't fall. And he did, and he peed, I guess. He had told me about a month ago he was having trouble peeing. And he's dizzy all the time. So I get him back into bed. And now I don't know if I took him to pee first, but he was in bed anyway, and he says, you got too many clothes on. And, you know, I took him off. We had sex.
So he wasn't complaining of his legs.
No, he told me he had fallen 3 times, but he either got into bed or I helped him pee and then he got into bed. So, after that, he said to me, I'm going to die. You know that, don't you? And I told him, stop, you know. That's what he usually says to me, stop. If I ask questions about where he's going to stop. So he stopped. So he used to back at me. And
Why do you think he said that?
I think he knew. I think he knew things were wrong.
And that's the first time he's ever mentioned something like that.
No, he'd actually said those words to me before, and usually after sex he says, you're killing me. This time it was different.
You know I'm gonna die, yeah.
Did he seem to have like a break in, like he woke up, he says his legs aren't working and he needs help going to the bathroom, and then you guys had like intercourse. Did he seem to be, I guess, physically and mentally like coherent during the intercourse, or did like, did it, you know, it seem like his legs and stuff weren't working at that time, I guess?
Well, he was laying down, so, you know, he didn't say anything. I didn't mention, he wasn't complaining. I mean,
so at that time, did you assume like it was kind of, he was probably better?
Right.
Maybe having like an episode that seemed better at that time? Okay. So that's 6:30. I know the phone call was made at about 8 in the morning. What was after in that hour and a half window up until the phone call?
Well, I guess it's like 7:15.
Okay.
And he, where's my dog? I think he said, where's my dog? Or did he have to go to the bathroom again? I don't recall.
Referring to Salt?
Salt, yes. He loves his dog. And I think he went to reach for him and he fell out of bed. So he wrapped himself up in the blankets and slid right off the bed to the floor. Now my bed is up, it's up high.
Yeah.
And
did you hear a thump?
oh yeah. I got up, I put a pillow under his head.
Where were you when that happened?
In bed.
Oh, so you were in bed next to him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
And I put a pillow under his head thinking, oh, he'll just, whatever it is, sleep it off on the floor. But he just continued to try to get up and try to get up and try to get up. And I tried to help him, and I'd get him to a point and he'd, fall and push me against the wall, the door jam in the closet. And I'm like, this is, anyway, you just gotta settle. I said, just stay where you are and I'll make you comfortable. But I did ask him, do I need to call an ambulance? Because as he was kind of falling around the bedroom, I just kept hoping, putting my hand or, guiding or pushing things away so he wouldn't hurt himself.
Yeah.
The sharp corner of the bed,
Oh, yeah.
things like that. And I would ask him, what's my name? What's your name? And he wasn't responding. He didn't talk to me. And then, I guess a little after 8, he said, call the ambulance, and I did.
Okay.
Was he able to get any other words out besides that? Over the course of that time,
No.
was he talking the whole time, or just laying there?
No. He was just struggling. And even when he got to the hospital, struggling to get out of that bed. I don't know what was in his head that he needed to, there was this something driving him.
That can happen. With like an altered mental state.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he wasn't speaking. But he did.
Did he have his phone with him or anything?
His phone would have been in the back room somewhere.
Oh. What kind of phone does he have?
iPhone.
An iPhone? What color is it?
Black.
Okay.
So just so I can get a reference, I'm assuming that I know the answer, but at the 4:30 in the morning when he came in, was he worse then, or was he worse after the fall from the bed?
He was worse after the fall.
After the fall from the bed. So he...
At this point, he wasn't articulating any words.
Yeah.
His eyes were kind of closed.
How would you describe, like, his behavior? Like, did he seem like he was, like, high or drunk?
He was out of it.
Having, like,
He was out of it. It was like a legless drunk, yeah.
Okay, all right. So you call 911. Actually, I haven't even asked this. You two are the only ones in the second floor, right, the whole time, because nobody else lives there. All right, I kind of figured that, but you call 911. Did you notify your son or anyone? Did he ever come up to like help Leroy?
Well, Douglas had texted me, are you okay? He didn't know what was going on, but the floor, he's thumping on the floor.
Yeah. So you texted to see if you were okay. And then I'm assuming first responders came.
Yeah.
And then what? He was walking me through what that was.
And they said, did he take anything? And I said, I've seen this before. And I know it was winter time of the 2019. When everybody's kind of really locked up tight in their house.
Yeah.
And, but very similar. I had to follow him around, and that all, he had another story going on in his head, and he spoke gibberish, and, truthfully, I didn't know what to do. He, had legs, but he was stumbling, and, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. Now it's 2019. How did he recover from that?
He slept.
He slept. Slept it off. So you didn't call an ambulance?
I did.
Would you say 2019, although it was similar, was it as bad as what just happened?
Yeah.
Oh, it was? And, okay. Maybe you just got lucky.
Because I'd be asking him, what did you take? What did you take? And, because he left the house. And he came back. I didn't think he would. But he came back. I didn't see him take anything.
Sorry, was this 2019 you're talking?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, all of a sudden, he was somewhere else.
Okay. And when, this Friday, so when you woke up at 4:30, I'll just say altered mental status. So he was in an altered mental status until about 6:30 in the house. Was he just like laying in the bed or just like kind of watching TV, I guess? I don't know what he was doing.
Ask your question again.
Like, so 4:30, like, he wakes up, and then you said there was, like, that, like, he came into you at, like, 4:30 saying, like, you know.
No, it's 6:30 he comes
Oh,
to
he comes
that.
into you. Okay. So, sorry, maybe I misheard then. What was the 4:30 part?
The scrap.
The scrap metal.
You heard the scrap metal. Then you...
And he was verbal and could explain to me, you know, it's not getting, he said, oh, well, you know, whoever's taken it has taken it, you know, it's gone.
When you went up there, did you see him eating or drinking anything? Like, does he usually have like a table with
Soda.
soda?
He take his, orange soda.
Orange.
soda.
Yeah,
Is that his like go-to orange soda?
kinda, you know, right now it is.
Does that go well with the sweets and pies, like you said?
Yes,
I'm a coffee guy myself. But...
Does he like to drink coffee?
he does not drink coffee.
No coffee.
And I don't think he's ever had a cup of coffee.
When you came in at 6:30, did he like? Did he make himself breakfast or something first?
Nope.
When he came in.
No.
Um,
No, I don't think he can boil water.
oh really? And that's not. So that explains the pie thing.
Yeah,
I guess.
that makes that
A little
makes
easier.
more sense.
What's his normal routine in the morning? What does he do for breakfast and if he doesn't cook?
He'll ask me to make him something.
Okay.
I made him dropped eggs. That might have been Wednesday, actually.
Dropped
Wednesday
eggs?
morning, dropped eggs, yeah, on toast. You crack them and boil them in water.
Oh, like Eggs Benedict?
Yeah, like that.
Oh,
that,
okay.
that kind of egg, yes.
You got it, okay.
And I cooked them too much.
Did he, so from 4:30 on until when the police get there, did he ever leave the house, go anywhere? Did he ever walk out that door and go outside to go anywhere? Like where you lost sight of him? So he was,
Not that I know of.
no, you know, so
No.
4:30 to about 8 in the morning, he was in the house.
Yeah.
And then he had an altered mental status, and there was a sexual intercourse, and then there was the basically increased altered mental status after a fall on the bed. Okay. All right, and he didn't eat anything, he didn't drink anything, he took an orange soda. He had orange soda, he didn't eat anything, and you didn't see him ingest any narcotics or anything like that. Smoke cigarettes? You see him smoking?
Ton of cigarettes.
Does he smoke inside, like the
Yeah.
house?
So that's kind of just par for the course, the smoking. Okay. All right, and then I guess when the police, fire, and EMS come, they transport him. He goes,
Hang on one sec. He did say, give me a cigarette.
when was that?
Before the, what?
4:30.
After calling, and I'm like, I'm not getting you a cigarette.
After calling the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay.
So he did have more words to say. And I was
Okay.
like, no, I'm not getting you a
What did
cigarette.
you think was going on?
Huh?
What did you feel like was going on with him?
He was drugged,
Okay. Drug.
obviously.
So he thought it was like maybe like a medical overdose or something like that. Like
No.
an overdose.
No.
Oh, that.
I don't know.
I interpret.
I don't know what that is.
I
I mean,
interpret drugs as.
I look at an overdose as, you're out. And he really wasn't out.
Okay. So you're still like moving around and.
Mobile.
Yeah, it's the overdose usually like they're nodding off. And,
Yeah.
Like they're
Mm-hmm.
they're out. Yeah, I agree. So then he goes to Anna Jake's hospital. I remember you mentioning something about a healthcare proxy. Was that at Anna Jake's or was that at Mount Auburn?
I was his healthcare proxy.
Okay.
And they told me all his scans came. See, but here's my confusion. All his scans, the tests they did were normal.
Anna Jake.
Anna Jake's.
Okay.
His heart pacemaker, they told me, was doing its job.
Okay.
The oxygen thing kept falling off his hand. And
Yeah, I feel like that happens.
And she said, he doesn't need that anymore. His oxygen's fine. And then, he's agitated still. He's still trying to struggle.
Do you know where he is?
And I don't think he knew. Well, I don't know. I don't know because he wouldn't say my name. He didn't say his name, but he was my dog. So
How many times did he say that?
Well, he said that at home, and he said it at Anna Jake's before they sedated him. You know, the nurses all kind of looked at me like, you know, how come he's not asking for you? And I said, I take second place to the dog policy. But all of those things were good.
Yeah, I agree.
I stayed and...
So then when did they find out that he needed to move to Mount Auburn?
Well, they said that to me. They didn't have a bed anywhere.
For like higher level of care?
Yeah. They didn't have a bed there, and the closest ICU bed was at Ann Jake's.
Mount Auburn.
Mount Auburn, yes.
Okay. Why do you have to go to ICU? Just because he wasn't coming out of it? They couldn't figure out? If you said his tests were all fine.
Well, the scans and the things, I think they didn't do any other tests. Those are the only ones they mentioned to me. They intubated him then around 6 o'clock at Anna Jake's.
Before they transferred him. And you said something about his kidneys too? Like weren't working or something, right?
Yes. So, I called the Mount Auburn around 9 to check and see how things are. And the doctor called me back.
Do you remember what the doctor's name was?
I wrote it down, I think, and she spelled it for me, but I couldn't really understand her. But I asked her to repeat, so I really understood, because this was important, and they wanted my permission to give him dialysis.
So they never caught any of that at Anna Jake's?
I don't believe so.
Like they didn't put him on
Nope.
sort of things?
Nope.
Okay. So then he gets transferred to Mount Auburn, and that's when you're talking with the doctor, they want to put him on dialysis.
Right.
Okay.
So they need you as the proxy
So
to
give
give
permission.
Because is he like nonverbal?
He's ventilated.
Sorry, I got a text. I should have paid attention.
Mr. Strasnick?
So he's...
Jurors, I think we'll take the morning recess at this point. Let's reconvene at noon. We'll take a slightly less than 20-minute recess. I see a couple people struggling a little bit. I think I am as well.
All rise.
You may step down. Trooper, may I see counsel momentarily at sidebar?
Judge, do you want me to explain to the jury what we're doing with the video? We're going to play it later, or do you?
I'll just tell them.
Okay.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
We're back on the record with case on trial.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Judge, one other thing.
Yes.
So it's just myself and Ms. Morrissey here right now. You're aware of that.
Yes.
Mr. Narkunis had to step out, so
Yes, he told me that he would have to do that.
yeah, he'll be back. I don't think we have to say anything in front of the jury on that.
On the fact that we're just going to interrupt the video?
No, and the fact that Mr. Narkunis is
Oh, no,
present.
I don't think so either. If you wish me to, I'll simply say, that's why we have two attorneys. Sometimes one's attending to prepping another witness or whatever it may be. But if you don't wish me to, I won't.
I think we just leave it.
That's fine.
I was kind of thinking on my feet.
That's a dangerous thing, Mr. Scully.
For me, Judge, not good.
All right.
Yeah. Get two of those, so.
Sounding like me, Ms. Strasnick.
I know, I think that maybe I stepped too close.
I certainly hope that.
I'm going to make Mr. Rasnick sit on that side of the table.
Please, bud.
I mean, if you get me sick, you have to do the closing, so.
I suggest try to avoid sidebars in the next little while since I left my mask in my lobby. Maybe when you get a chance. All right.
All right, I'm good. Be seated.
Jurors, we're going to suspend the playing of the video in the interest of efficiency. We will play the rest of the video at some point, but we want to get to the examination or the continuing examination, cross-examination of Trooper Williams. He has a training tomorrow that he cannot miss, so we are doing our very best to make sure we can complete his testimony today. And so there's no reason for him to sit passively listening to the video when we can just go right to the questioning. And we'll get back to the video when we have an opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. So, Trooper, we're just going to turn to a couple of other issues, and then we'll, just a few more questions. Now, did you ever find...
I'm sorry, it's Sergeant Williams.
Sergeant.
Oh, that's, yep.
Yes, and I do the same thing. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Me too.
Did you ever find any Percocets or evidence of Percocet use by Mr. Fowler on November 10th or 11th?
No.
Now, one of the things that the jury will hear when they listen to the rest of the interview was that Miss Church told you that morning or that late that night, Mr. Fowler had been drinking a Fanta at the house.
Yes.
After the interview, did you go back to the house and grab that Fanta?
Yes.
And that was the item that you weren't in here for yesterday, item 2-4, that was poured into a specimen jar so that it wouldn't leak out of the Fanta can because it was already open?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the Fanta that was on the side of the room closest to the bed, correct?
Yes.
Now, at any time you spoke to Miss Church, the first interview at her house, the second interview at the police station, or any of the review of the things that she said to the medical professionals at Anna Jake's, Mount Auburn, or Beth Israel. At any time, did Ms. Church mention to you or any of those other people in the medical records that she had videotaped Mr. Fowler on the morning of November 11th, which has been previously marked as one of the exhibits in this case?
No.
Now, during the course of the investigation, you and other troopers that you were working with personally collected DNA samples from Barbara Randall and Judy Church, correct?
Yes.
All right. And blood from the autopsy was saved from Mr. Fowler so that that could also be submitted to the crime lab for DNA testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. With respect to exhibits 20, which is the Powerade bottle, and 22, which is the de-icer, and the can, the Fanta can, those were all submitted for fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And there was no fingerprints, no usable fingerprints located on any of those 3 items, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In connection with this investigation as well, you and the other troopers that you were working with downloaded and searched Barbara Randall's phone, correct?
Yes.
Tammy Carbone's phone?
Yes.
Ms. Church's phone in a manner consistent with the search warrants that you had for her phone, correct?
Yes.
And then you attempted to download and review Mr. Fowler's phone, but you were never able to do so, correct?
That's correct. It wasn't supported.
All right. Now, last 2 areas. In the course of reviewing the photos that were on Ms. Church's phone, you saw a number of screenshots of text messages. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who did those text messages appear to be between?
So they appeared to be photos of Mr. Fowler's phone, like unlocked, texting. The contact said Barbie, which was another name for Barbara. So it was his conversations with Barbara on his device, but it was like Judy's phone took a picture of his phone. So she had his phone unlocked and was monitoring their messages and documenting their messages with her phone.
Okay. And then finally, sir,
What is this? We gotta go up microphone.
and so I'm just going to hand you a single page, ask if you recognize that page.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be, sir? Is that a Google search history that was that you found located on Ms. Church's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I offer this as the next exhibit.
Mr. Scully,
No objection, Your Honor.
next exhibit.
Thank you. I'm just going to hand to you, sir, back now. It's been marked as Exhibit 49. What was the date that Google search was performed, sir?
July 27th, 2021.
And what were the search terms that were searched for?
That I searched for, or that are within the URL?
The items that were put into the search engine.
Okay, yeah. So it's for online doctors' help. There's obviously a bunch of letters and numbers like any typical website. Then it says early signs of kidney problem, symptoms of kidney disease, kidney problem diagnosis, end-stage renal disease, symptoms of kidney problems, kidney problem, and then domain name, and then kidney failure signs.
All right. Thank you. Just that 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Just one last thing, sir. So the Powerade Exhibit 20, the de-icer 22, the Fanta can, those were all submitted to the lab either in the form that they were as they appear here. The Powerade had some liquid in it, correct?
Yes.
All right. The de-icer looked about the same.
Yes.
All right. And the Fanta can you had poured into the specimen cup, those were all submitted, and you had requested ethylene glycol testing on those items?
Yes.
All right. And then later on, you purchased 2 items just from a store, right? Another bottle, an unopened bottle of the Rain-X de-icer, correct?
Yes.
And then a bottle of Antifreeze, correct?
Yes.
And you also submitted those for ethylene glycol testing.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Scully.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm holding in my hands 2 photographs of the Powerade bottle that was taken from Judy Church's home during the search warrant. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer these as the next 2 exhibits.
So these are just blow-ups of 2 of the photographs that are in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
There you go.
They may be marked.
Exhibit 50. Exhibit 51, so marked.
And may I publish these kind of the old-fashioned way to the jury?
Sure.
Okay. So, sir, exhibits 50 and 51, which I'm now holding in my hand in the counsel table. Let's start with exhibit 50, the vertical picture of the Powerade drink, which you can see on the bottle says fruit punch, right?
Yes.
Which would be red in color, right?
Yes.
And so what's depicted in there is a bright orange color.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that one of the issues that presents itself here is how would Leroy Fowler...
Objection.
Let me see counsel at sidebar just because I have a feeling that this is going to be a recurring issue. So let's see if I can deal with it right now.
So back to this exhibit number 50, the clear plastic bottle, Powerade, fruit punch, orange liquid, right? One of the issues presented in the case for you as an investigator to look at is how could Leroy Fowler, or anyone, but Leroy Fowler in this case, have drank this orange liquid out of this particular container and not noticed, right?
No. Do you want me to elaborate?
You don't think that's an issue?
No, so we know like his favorite drink is orange soda. So we know he drinks orange drinks all the time. I know, and I've done it in my own life, where I've put open containers into other containers because there's a lid on it. So, you know, it could be possible that he was drinking orange soda out of an old Powerade bottle. Again, we don't know the state of the bottle prior to him drinking it because it's in his stomach. So I don't know exactly what it looked like when he drank it because, you know, if it was full, about 95% of the sample's gone. And then also when he drank it, it was about 4:30, 6:30 in the morning in November, which it's dark out and he's in a dark house and he might not have even seen the color when he either got the bottle or it was handed to him. So I don't know what Leroy Fowler knew, but orange soda is his favorite drink. So him drinking an orange liquid is very common.
So you seem to be suggesting that he poured his orange soda into this Powerade bottle at 4:30 in the morning and then intentionally drank it. Is that your suggestion?
No, I'm suggesting that orange soda could have been in the Powerade bottle. I'm not saying he put it in the Powerade bottle.
Well, the hypothetical you just gave was that it was his drink. He could have poured it in at 4:30 and not noticed because it was dark. That's what you just said, right?
No. So he would know if he was pouring an orange soda in, even if it was dark, he would know it's orange because it's a cold can that he's getting that's orange soda. He would know that. I'm saying if someone else gave him a drink in the morning when it's dark, and he may have in the past drank orange soda out of any container, really. It doesn't have to be, in the past a Powerade. It could be a water bottle. It could be a bottle like I have. So that might not have been out of the realm of possibilities of how he was drinking his liquids.
Right. There's a lot of possibilities, right? Let me ask you a question. This orange liquid, let's assume for a second that it's not red Powerade, that it's been turned yellow by mixing it, turned orange by mixing it with some overwhelming yellow substance, right?
Yes.
That it's something different, something orange by nature, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the date and time it was put in there?
Well, that's like I said earlier. The sample's like essentially the most of it's gone. What he drank. So I don't know when the drink was created. I don't know the ratios of the mixture. Only the person who made the drink would know that. So I don't have that luxury of
Where was that done?
My assumption would be in the house.
Okay, it's an assumption, right? But you don't have any factual basis of it, right? Like a videotape or a text message or a phone call.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I don't know if it was in the bedroom, the living room, the kitchen, bathroom.
Somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't know where the liquids got in the container.
This was found in Judy Church's trash or recycle bin, right? Under her in her kitchen under the island.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know when it was put there?
No.
Right. And it was underneath a whole bunch of other items as well, right?
Yes.
So it could be an item from this incident, right? November 10th or 11th.
I would say so, yes.
Right. Or maybe not. Maybe it was there from before, right?
Yeah, if somebody giving him ethylene glycol before and like his prior complaints, yeah, then maybe it was one from before.
Right. And you just have no idea.
It's not like a cell phone where I have metadata. Like, so I'm, I'm testifying under oath. I can't tell you that it's a Powerade bottle in a trash can with ethylene glycol in it, and he died of ethylene glycol poisoning. If this was cell phone data, I would be confident to give you a date, time, sometimes location. I don't want to speculate what it.
We're looking at specific evidence to this issue when you searched her phone and when you interviewed witnesses, conducted your investigation, right?
Yes, that was some of the evidence we were looking for, correct.
Okay. So let me ask you that. Based on this orange liquid here, one of the items that was seized was this Rain-X de-icer, right?
Yes,
And Rain-X de-icer is windshield washer fluid. Is that correct?
that's correct.
You pour it in your windshield and clean the glass, and the de-icer means you can get it done in the winter, right?
That's correct.
It doesn't taste like Powerade, does it?
I have never tasted it, but I would assume that you're correct.
Okay, what's in it? Soap and water?
I believe there's ingredients on the side. I really don't know everything that's in it. I know there is some ethylene glycol in it. We did testing on it, but I don't know. Like,
Smell it?
do you want me to smell it?
Did you smell it as part of your investigation?
So our chemists typically smell when they complete their forms odor. Same thing with the Powerade bottle. She noted a like fruity type of odor when she smelled it. She said she didn't notice anything like chemical, nothing like that.
Okay.
So that's more like the chemists, what they do.
Okay. Now, one of the fine prints on the label is that this product contains a bittering agent, right?
Yes, if you just read it, yes. Yep.
And what is the bittering agent in this product, if you know?
I think the store name is Bitrix. The scientific name, I'm not positive.
Denatonium benzoate?
That sounds right.
And are you aware that there is, in fact, a Massachusetts general law that requires that to be put into antifreeze and similar products
Yes.
as a deterrent, right?
Yes.
Judge, I have a printed copy of Mass General Law 94, Section 303N, and I'd ask that that be moved into the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No.
Maybe?
Exhibit 52, so marked.
Now, as you were conducting your investigation, you kept referring to antifreeze as a potential substance that contained ethylene glycol that could have caused Leroy Fowler's death, right?
Yes.
All right. And you just testified that you were aware of Chapter 94, Section 303N, right?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Okay. And a copy of that has just been marked as Exhibit 52. May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Ron. And this law says that notwithstanding any other law, right, engine coolant or antifreeze containing more than 10% of ethylene glycol manufactured after January 1st, 2011 may not be sold in the Commonwealth unless said engine coolant and antifreeze shall include denatonium benzoate at a minimum of 30 parts per million and a maximum of 50 parts per million as a bittering agent within the product so as to render it unpalatable, right? And
Yes.
that's the law, unpalatable.
Yes.
What does that word mean?
I would say it's something like you don't want in your mouth.
Tastes bad, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And may I publish this to the jury on the screen, Judge?
Yes, you may.
And there's more to this law, a couple of more pages, which is still attached to the exhibit, which has to do with companies, as long as they do this, they're not liable. Somebody consumes it, right?
Yes.
Wait a moment here, Judge. I don't know why. There's something. Okay. Well, I'm not going to delay us too long here because that's coming out very light and not too legible.
I think people could read it. I think everyone had a chance to read it. You can proceed.
All right. So this product here, the de-icer, windshield washer fluid, is not specifically engine coolant or antifreeze, right?
That's correct.
But it does say that it has a bittering agent in it,
Yes.
right? Okay. And was this, to your knowledge, did you have this tested for a bittering agent?
No.
Okay. Does it contain a bittering agent?
You just said that it does.
Yeah, the ingredients do, but does the liquid actually contain it?
I just said we didn't have it tested for a bittering agent.
You didn't have it tested.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, another item that was taken from Judy Church's house was this Powerade sports drink, right? And originally this had the orange substance in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, right?
Yes.
Where a number of things were done to it, right? Sample was removed and sent to a laboratory out of state called NMS, right?
That's correct.
And also, this bottle was printed for fingerprints to see if there was evidence of who had handled it, right?
Yes.
And there was no fingerprints, no legible prints that were lifted off of that.
Yeah, I believe
No
it.
evidence.
Yes, I believe it was no legible
It doesn't
prints.
mean it wasn't handled by someone. It just means there was no fingerprint on it.
I agree.
Same with this de-icer, right?
Yes.
It was checked for fingerprints, but no usable prints were really found, right?
That's correct.
Doesn't mean someone didn't handle it, just no prints on it.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this item here, substance gets removed. It got sent for fingerprints. We just talked about that. And it also got sent for DNA testing, right?
That's correct.
And now you can see that and this is Exhibit 20 for the record, the Powerade sports drink bottle, that it's a little cloudy now compared to in the picture I just showed you, right?
Yes.
And is that likely from the fuming that gets done when it gets searched for prints?
Yes, that's my assumption.
Okay.
They usually use like a little powder.
So there's an issue that you're exploring as you're involved in having materials sent to NMS laboratory out of state, which is in Pennsylvania, to test for ethylene glycol.
Yes.
Because at the time, that test was not done in-house at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, right?
Yes, I believe they weren't accredited for ethylene glycol, so that's why we sent it out to another lab.
So you send it to NMS. Now, were you aware at the time that you were sending that sample out of 94 Section 303N?
I don't believe at that time, no.
Okay. So at that time, as you're sending it out, you don't know that it may contain a bittering agent as well.
Yeah, at that time, because I believe that was probably the day after the search, right? That we got the bottles and all that. Yep.
You suspect it contains antifreeze.
I suspect it contains ethylene glycol.
Yeah, which we're describing as antifreeze, right?
Well, ethylene glycol is just like an ingredient in antifreeze, so it can be in the windshield washer fluid, and then I think the other one was like brake fluid was the other one that was in the law. So that ingredient can be in multiple.
Engine coolant.
Or engine coolant. But ethylene glycol isn't antifreeze. Ethylene glycol is an ingredient within antifreeze, which is also an ingredient within other things as well.
In fact, we haven't seen all of the video yet, but it's going to be replayed soon, later,
Yes.
as soon as we can. And you question Judy Church about antifreeze,
Yes.
right? That's the term you use. Did you have antifreeze? Are your fingerprints on it? That kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you brought that up with her because that was an area of focus on your mind at that time.
Yes, that was actually the term that the doctors kept using was antifreeze over the phone. So antifreeze was definitely in my head at that time.
Antifreeze came from the doctors, came to you, was in your head, and you were questioning Judy Church about antifreeze, right?
Yes, I was questioning her about antifreeze.
Are there antifreeze manufacturers, to your knowledge, that are the color orange?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
I literally, last week I went to an AutoZone and saw an orange brand. It's like 50-50. It was on the shelf. I don't know the name of the brand, but orange is a pretty, so apparently antifreeze, they like color code the liquids and it helps people like identify which one does which. I don't know how it all works, but orange definitely is a very, I would say, very common color.
And is it fair to say, as a matter of common sense, that antifreeze doesn't taste like Powerade?
No.
Right. So if someone, in this case potentially Leroy Fowler, poured it into his drink, or someone else poured it into his drink and he drank it, it's unreasonable to think that he would think he's drinking, or anyone would think they were drinking Powerade, right?
No.
Yeah. Meaning you agree with me.
No, I don't agree with you.
You think that Leroy or someone else could have drank antifreeze, and orange antifreeze, and thought it was red Powerade?
Yes, so if you let me explain, we know that the ethylene glycol levels, it was cut. So I believe in the testing, the ethylene glycol levels from straight antifreeze was like 120,000 milligrams per deciliter. And in that bottle was 2,400, so like less than 2%. So clearly the antifreeze was cut with something, presumably an orange soda. There are no scientific studies of humans like drinking antifreeze because you would kill the people that are doing the test. So really all we had to go off of research is like prior criminal cases where people have mixed antifreeze into people's beverages.
Let me stop you there because I don't want you to go too far into prior criminal cases. I think that'll be confusing.
I was just giving my logic.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Let me see if I can finish the question to you.
No, I think that he was going beyond the scope of the question posed. He may ultimately be able to express these things, but not right now. Go ahead, Mr. Scully.
I apologize.
So
No need. Sorry.
you did testify, I think, in a fair partial response, at least, to what I had asked about this orange liquid antifreeze, and it was discovered that it was cut with something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said presumably orange soda, right?
Yes.
Was that ever scientifically determined, to your knowledge?
That it's orange soda inside of it?
Orange soda in here.
Yes, yeah. I'm not aware of any accredited labs that test for like Fanta orange soda or red Powerade. That's nothing I'm aware of that any of these labs perform testing to test orange soda.
Okay, so that's just a presumption on your part to help with your investigation, right?
Yes, I don't have a scientific test saying that.
All right. Now, you weren't aware at that time that it was sent to NMS, that this sample was sent to NMS, of the law that required the bittering agent. Right?
So I'm realizing that.
Now you are aware of it. Is that true?
Yes, I'm aware of it. Yes, I'm aware of it now.
You weren't then, but you are now.
Yes.
Okay. So it gets sent to NMS, and there's a request to test for ethylene glycol, but there's no request to test for a bittering agent, right?
No.
And there was a sample from a Fanta orange can that you collected, right?
Yes.
And that was also sent to NMS with a request to test for ethylene glycol, right?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that that test came back with some interference, so inconclusive, so there was never a positive or negative finding?
Yeah, that's correct. I can't explain why, I don't have the background. But
Ethylene glycol was found in this, in the sample from Exhibit 50.
that's correct.
Okay. But neither were tested for the bittering agent then, right?
That's correct.
And these were sent out to the lab, December of 2022, January 2023, somewhere in there?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, pretty early in the case, right? You've since learned about the bittering agent. When did you learn about the bittering agent?
Oh, God. When? I don't know if I can put a date on it, to be honest. We've had many discussions about this case, and I just don't know if I know the exact date.
Okay, so do you know what the year?
Probably, I don't know, is it like 2023, 2024, in that range? I really don't know, the date.
So on the outside, you were unaware of a bittering agent and a law requiring it in antifreeze for maybe 2024 or so.
Probably 2023 is my best guess. I'm trying to encompass any, again, I don't know for sure, but if I had to give you a year, I'd say 2023.
Wasn't the label a clue though? The Rain-X label, like a clue? We should be looking at that.
So we had conversations about the Bitrex, and I don't want my answer to go where I wasn't supposed to go because what I said earlier.
I'm just asking, wasn't it a clue? When did you notice, if you did, that the bittering agent was in the Rain-X?
I don't have it documented the time. I mean, I read the ingredients. I'm sure the moment I read it, I saw Bitrex on it.
It wasn't something that you knew when you sent it to NMS, right?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
Sometime after that.
Yes.
So now focusing back on Exhibit 50, okay? So you've learned at some point that this Mass General law requires bittering agents to be present in antifreeze and similar substances, right? At any point, do you have a laboratory, ask a laboratory to test for the bittering agent?
No.
Right, even after you know it could be in here.
Well, it says it's in it.
No, this is the
Oh, sorry. I apologize. The Powerade bottle. Okay.
Powerade bottle, right? This is the bottle that Leroy might have drank that definitely had ethylene glycol, right? That was tested positive at the lab. We'll stipulate to that, right? And now you know that there could be a bittering agent.
Yes, and again,
which would be a factor to
yes.
consider, right? It's 2023, it's 2024. You don't have it tested.
Yes, we had discussions and we have our reasons why we didn't.
And then 2024 rolls into 2025 and it's still not tested, right?
Yes.
What you learn, though, is the defense team makes a request and says, hey, we want to test it.
Yes.
Right? And as far as you know, we took a portion that was a leftover sample of this item that was not sent to NMS, right?
Yes, and I was there when your investigator poured it. He just poured everything that was left into a container.
Right. Well, wasn't there a sample? You guys kept a sample at the lab in case we needed one later, didn't you?
They had a sample,
There
yes.
should be one there now, right?
No, I don't believe there is.
Oh, you think you gave our investigator the whole sample?
I gave him everything that was in, a comparison. Everything that was left, yep.
Okay. And did the prosecutor, was he involved in that particular decision, do you know?
To give the liquid?
Give it all?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
to the defense?
Yeah, we just let him pour the whole thing out. Yep,
Okay.
He took it all.
So now, and you knew the purpose of that was the defense wanted to do its own testing, right?
That's correct.
See if there was a bittering agent in this sample that could have been a factor to
Yes.
consider, right?
Yes.
And you learned later, in 2025, in September about, So we had completed our testing, that a laboratory that worked for us completed, in fact, located the bittering agent. It was present in this sample, right?
Yes.
Now it's 2025, around September, and then we fast forward to today, 2026, we're in March, right? And still the prosecutor, the government, your law enforcement never did their own testing to check for themselves. Is there a bittering agent in here?
Again, we had conversations about it and determined why we didn't, but we also...
But I know there are reasons, but the first question is, you did not do it, still, to this day, right? And that's kind of a yes or no. You had tested for the bittering agent.
But it's listed in the ingredients. Like, it's definitely there.
Listed in the ingredient of this orange stuff. You don't even know what this orange stuff is for sure. This orange stuff could be orange soda or maybe not, right? Mm-hmm. It could have pure ethylene glycol in it or maybe not. Right?
I have no problem saying that we did not test for Bittrex. You guys did.
It could be antifreeze or maybe not, right?
I think it is antifreeze, but yeah.
One thing you learned through the science of the laboratory, though, is that it wasn't the Rain-X that was in here.
Yes.
That was learned by your laboratory, communicated to you.
Yes.
It was fair to say initially a suspicion. Got this orange Rain-X, contains some ethylene glycol. Maybe this is what's in here, right?
Yes.
But what you learned from NMS when they communicated back to you is not statistically possible because there's a very small amount of ethylene glycol in the Rain-X and a larger concentration that was in the Powerade bottle sample, right?
That's correct.
So you can't take something that has a little, put it in, and then it grows magically and becomes more. So
yes, it would only be cut, right? It wouldn't be.
It would only get less.
Yes. Yep, that's correct.
Okay. So, so now the sample is down at NMS, at the laboratory, right? And you're in communication with them as the case officer, agent, who's in charge of this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I had some, I believe I emailed them about like sending them the labs and stuff like that.
And did you become aware at some point that they said, hey, we've got these samples, okay? And at that point they had 3, but let's focus on this Powerade.
Just Powerade, okay.
Focus on this
yes.
one, right? That they're going to keep it for a year, and then unless other arrangements are made, they're going to destroy that sample.
Yes, I believe, I would have to see the report, but I believe it said like biologics are destroyed, I believe. So I think perhaps that could have been some confusion there.
And so the sample actually did get destroyed.
By NMS after they tested it, yes.
So for a whole year, the sample sat there. The sample that was sent there for testing, right, sat at NMS.
Yeah, it was tested, and then the remaining sat there. That's correct. But like they tested it when they didn't wait a year to test it and destroy it. Like
right. They promptly tested it.
Yeah, they tested it.
Reported their findings, but also reported an advisement. We have it now. Basically, you need to tell us what to do or come get it, or we're going to destroy it in a year.
Yes, because we were not expecting them to destroy it, to be honest. When that came to us, we were actually surprised.
Yeah. So this that sample got destroyed, got lost forever.
Yes.
In other words, if the defense wants to test the actual sample, right, that would have been taken at the time at the crime lab with a cap screwed on it, preserved, transferred, tested for ethylene glycol. Now if the defense wants to test that sample for the bittering agent, they can't. It's gone after a year.
So I believe they took, and again, I don't work at NMS, but I believe that liquid we gave them, they took a portion of that and they tested that. To my understanding, I don't believe you can test the liquid they tested, but whatever liquid was remaining, in theory, you would have been able to test had that not been destroyed. However, they tested it and it is documented what it was, and they're an accredited lab. So we have a report of what it was.
Right.
In theory, though, the remaining liquid that wasn't tested, that piece is gone. And then we gave you the rest that was still in the bottle from the original sample.
So all that's available to the defense now is not what was sent to NMS and retained, not the retained portion, but all that's available is whatever was left over in this bottle.
Essentially, yeah, the original source where we got our sample from is where you got your sample from.
It was stored it was stored in the bottle. It was still in the bottle, right?
Yes.
And it was stored in which facility of yours?
So the State Police Detective Unit, Essex County, is located at 10 Federal Street, and we have our evidence. It's like a large evidence room. It's all stored over there.
And so in that evidence room, it was in a brown paper bag?
Typically, yeah. So that would probably be in a brown bag. I believe that was in a brown bag, which is then in a box,
Right.
and then put on a shelf.
Is it refrigerated or any special?
No, so we have refrigeration, but that's it's actually a really small fridge, but it's for all our blood samples from the medical examiner. When we have decedents, we get their blood as evidence, and that has to be refrigerated. That bottle was not refrigerated, no.
So it's left to whatever environmental issues happen over the next couple of years until the defense gets a sample and tests it, right?
Yeah, it was just left in the Powerade bottle.
Now, during your direct examination, one of the things you testified about were a series of notes that were on an app in the phone of Judy Church that you searched, right?
That's correct.
And those were introduced as exhibits 43 through 45. And then again, there was a solo one, exhibit 46, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you read some excerpts from the witness stand, and they contained some vile language, right?
Yes, those were whole, the ones I read, the two I read were whole notes. They weren't like
Right.
portion of a larger note. They were two whole notes.
And these notes, though, these aren't text messages sent out to Leroy Fowler or Barbara Randall or anyone else, right?
No, they're like notes. It's a note application within the phone where it's the same thing as like writing down on a piece of paper, like your notes for you. You're not sending it
Right.
to somebody.
And it's clearly a place that Judy Church was privately venting her feelings in a pretty unfiltered way, right?
I would agree with that.
Right. And not in a way that was being communicated directly to one person or another.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Mr. Scully, I think we're going to stop here because I want to try to resume just about exactly at 2 o'clock. So I want to give the jury and all court personnel a full hour lunch, but I do want to get back to this so that we make the most use of the afternoon and can complete this testimony. So we will take the 1 hour lunch break right now, folks.
All rise.
We'll be in recess for an hour.
All rise.
back in session. Can you see the sounds all cell phones, please?
We're back on the record with case on trial. Jurors are lining up.
Why don't we have Sergeant Williams come back in?
You can come on in.
Good to go, Bill. Come right in.
You have to look right now. Just curious.
All rise for the judge. Be seated.
Mr. Scully, you may resume.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon.
More questions. I just want to circle back to the Fanta can that you had talked about earlier in your testimony. And you, if I recall correctly, the search warrant was being executed at Judy Church's home, right?
Yes.
She was there and brought back to the station for questioning, right? For an interview.
Yes.
And that was the interview that we saw the beginning of on your direct examination.
Yes.
And then did you testify that you yourself went back to the residence and in part to retrieve an orange soda can of some type?
I don't think I testified to that.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes. I don't think I testified to it, but yes.
Okay. So you, at some point when Judy's interview was over, you left, went back to 108 Central Ave, right?
That's correct.
All right. The orange can of soda that you retrieved, where did you get that?
There was a cup holder, like right above Leroy's bed, and it had an open orange soda can in it.
Okay. Was there one or two?
Over his bed, there's one.
Was there a second one in the room?
I believe there was one. I guess so. If you're like, you walk in the door and you're looking at his bed, then there's also one here.
Okay. So the one on the
Like,
left?
yeah, left and right's over the bed, left is not over the bed.
Could we pull up, please, Exhibit 29? Okay, we've pulled up Exhibit 29, which includes one of the photographs of the front room where Leroy Fowler occupied things, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that in the foreground, in the right, you can see a orange can?
Yes.
That Fanta?
I'd say so. Yep.
Is that the one you took?
Yes.
Okay. And then you can see on the left an orange can. Is that also Fanta?
Yes.
Did you take that one?
No, I took the one on the right.
What happened to the one on the left?
That one was left to the residents.
It was left there. Okay. Now, were there any other Fanta cans that you remember coming across during your search of that house?
For me personally?
Yeah.
No. So I went in and took that one can.
Can we fast forward a few screens to the Fanta and the recycle? So we're scrolling through Exhibit 29 for the record. Okay.
Oh, yes.
So there's a recycle bin now, which is one of the photographs in that series from Exhibit 29, which was taken when the search warrant was being executed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that inside the house or outside? Do you know?
That looks inside.
Okay, and there's a Fanta can right there, right?
Yes.
Was that taken? Do you know?
No.
Was there anything in that?
I didn't search that trash can.
Okay. All right, so the Fanta that you took came back to made its back way to the evidence collection area, made its way to the crime lab, made its way to sample being taken out of it and sent to NMS for testing, right?
That's correct.
And we talked a little bit earlier how there was, and there'll be probably an NMS witness eventually, but some interference or the like. The test was inconclusive on some level, right?
Yes.
Test for ethylene glycol. Okay. Now, you testified on direct examination, and through your testimony, Exhibit 38, which was a photograph of a cup on a wall, came in. Remember that?
Yeah, the orange cup. That's correct. Yep.
Orange, right? Do I need assistance here to make this go?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Scully. I didn't know you were moving to the document camera.
No,
Thank you.
no worries. Thank you. Okay, so on the document camera, there's a cup in a cup holder, right?
Yes.
That's red, though.
No, that is not red. That is 100% orange.
That's 100% orange.
Yes.
Judge, may I publish this off the screen and hand to the jury alongside Exhibit 51?
You want to hand the document that was just on the camera to the jury to see
I
it?
just want to show it to them. I just want to hold it the old-fashioned way and publish it.
You may.
Well, first I'll just ask the witness if I may approach.
Go ahead.
So I've got Exhibit 51, which is one of the pictures of the Powerade. That's orange in there, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I've got Exhibit 38, which is the cup you were just talking about. That's red in there, right?
No, that's, let me see, it's orange. And can I hold it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, sweet. Yeah, that's orange.
Okay, can I just publish this?
You may.
Go ahead, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Clarification on what exhibit it is that we're looking at there. Is that photograph that the police took, or is that a photograph that?
Well, we can ask the witness to clarify. If you would just clarify, Mr. Scully.
Fair to say that the photograph of the cup is Exhibit 38, which was a photo taken off of Judy Church's phone when you searched it.
Yes.
And the other was a photograph of the Powerade bottle that was taken by your crime scene folks.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Also introduced through your testimony on direct exam was exhibit number 39 and 40, 41, and 42, which were photographs basically of pictures taken off of Judy Church's cell phone that were also pictures of Barbara and Leroy in some fashion together, right?
Yes.
Well, exhibit 39, that photograph was taken in August of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me just show you so you don't have to guess. Exhibit 39 was taken in 2020, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And exhibit 41, which is another one of those photographs, and they were shown on direct examination. When was that taken?
August 8th, 2020.
2020. And then 42 was also taken, a smiling picture of Barbara and Leroy, right? That was also taken in August of 2020, right?
Yep, August 4th, 2020.
Okay, so those are over 2 years before the incident in this case that you were investigating, right?
Yes.
You also testified about some notes apps, including reading directly a couple. And my recollection is one of the ones you read out loud was marked Exhibit 43. And this one says, I never want to see your C scratched, C gouged, C sliced, C bashed, etc. face, right? Remember that one?
Yes.
And you read it full on, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, this is from the notes section, right?
Yes.
And obviously, it says it was modified May 4th of 2021.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Do you recall it that way, or do you want me to come up?
I take your word at it. That's, yep.
Okay. May 4th, 2021. So well over a year before the incident you were investigating.
Yes.
And that's when it was modified, not necessarily when it was written in its entirety, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Exhibit 44, I don't think you read anything from. It's another long notes section. It doesn't have any date or time on it, right?
Yes.
So we don't know when that was written, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 45, there's another notes section from Judy's phone where she was typing into it, and that was modified May 21st, 2019.
Yes.
Exhibit 46 that you read again, and it referenced Florida, has no date on it at all.
Yes.
And they made multiple trips to Florida, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 47 was the text message from Judy to her friend Malachi Barry, right?
Yes.
And that started out, I'm going to put this on the screen. That started out with a LOL, right? Laugh out loud.
I might be missing it. Where's the LOL? Oh,
It says
you're talking about the virgin's overrated law?
Right.
Got it. Yes, I see the law.
It says virgins overrated, LOL. And then Judy says something about, I wish I could actually sting and poison someone to death, got one picked out if that's the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, so it's talking about stinging, and prior to that, she had referenced being a Scorpio, right? Scorpio to the world, right? And then asked, you're a Virgo, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Judy's sign was Scorpio, right?
I don't know the signs, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, does it sound right that her birth date is November 18th, 1958?
Sounds right.
Yeah, that's correct, correct?
Yep.
All right, so knowing that refreshing your memory that her birthday is then, does that sound like the sign of Scorpio to your knowledge?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know the signs. I don't even know what mine is. So.
We can rely on jurors' general life experiences. Some will know, some won't.
Okay.
I only know if it's my own sign.
All right. And you know she had a rival in this whole triangle that was Barbara, right?
Yes.
And she threw a lot of shade talk in Barbara's direction, right?
Yes.
Called her vile words, said a lot of things, right? But actually, they barely ever interacted.
Based on what I know, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. And that person she could sting, we don't know who that is, right?
No, she doesn't give us a name.
Okay. You also introduced your direct examination exhibit 49, and this was the Google search, right? And the Google search was for online doctors help.com, right?
Yes.
That's what popped up. And then when you pull up a website, there's a URL behind it, correct?
Yes.
And so you don't necessarily see or choose the URL that you're looking at.
No.
Right. You look at the website, this is the information, and in this case, it's online doctor US help, right?
Yes.
.com. Okay. And this was dated, this search was dated July 27th, 2021.
Yes.
So again, well over a year before any of the specific incident you were investigating in November of 2022.
Yes.
And there's no evidence that she even saw this lengthy URL behind it, or much less typed it out, other than it popped up on her phone as part of this website.
Yes.
You're also aware that Leroy Fowler had a number, an extensive, actually, set of medical problems. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you ever look at his medical records?
Yes.
Okay. So did you become aware that as far back as 2015, he was suffering from depression?
I'm not sure if we had, I think, 3 hospitals worth of medical records. I can't recall every word that was in the, 1,000+ pages.
Well, I'm not going to show you all the medical records, but I'll show you that one in case it refreshes your memory, okay?
Yes.
Because you were also asking folks in the course of your investigation about whether Leroy was depressed, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Prosecutor, I'm going to display Exhibit 8, page 64. 3, 4,
Could we see that sidebar, Judge?
Yes. Jurors, I just want to make a point. When you, for example, hear Sergeant Williams, who was the lead investigator, being questioned about, for example, Mr. Fowler's medical condition and what the medical records might have reflected and what he was aware of the medical records reflecting, bear in mind, he's not testifying as a medical expert. He's not testifying or opining, that is offering an opinion on Mr. Fowler's medical condition at the time of the events in question. These questions are being put to him with respect to one particular issue, which is open in every criminal case, which is the jury's consideration of the completeness, the thoroughness, the adequacy of the police investigation based on the information that they either were aware of or should have been aware of. So you'll hear much questioning about whether the sergeant knew something and how that might have affected what investigative decisions were made, what steps were taken or were not taken. That's all fair for you to consider again in terms of the adequacy of the investigation, which itself is something that you may consider in determining whether the Commonwealth proves a charge beyond a reasonable doubt. But you should bear that in mind. That's really the nature of this type of questioning and what it goes to for your purposes. Go ahead, Mr. Scully.
Thank you again, Your Honor. So what I'm just going to show you here is Exhibit 8, which has been marked, and these are medical records of Leroy Fowler from his medical care at Coastal Medical Associates and other places. See if this works. Oh, I got to go this way. Okay, I'm going to turn it. Okay. And you see item number 9 there?
Yes.
Okay, that says depression, situational, right?
Yes.
And that's under the title of assessments, right?
Yes.
And the page is 64 out of 66, right?
Yes.
And the page before that identifies this as a coastal medical record. Right there, right? Progress notes from Dr. Grover Jackson, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, you had been asking individuals whether or not Leroy was known to be depressed or the like, right?
Yes.
Including Judy Church, I believe.
Yes.
Were you aware of that particular diagnosis? Did you become aware of that at some point?
Yes, I read through the documents, but so I was aware of it, yes.
Okay, so that's something that you knew. And going back to Ms. Church had done a Google search for a doctor help site, right? And is it fair to say, to your knowledge, if it is, that Mr. Fowler had been complaining of abdominal pain as far back as 2017?
I know he had been complaining about like that. I can't put my finger on the year, but I know that was like a common theme across the interviews.
Okay. And that he had actually been diagnosed with chronic pain syndrome, did you know, in 2018?
Yes, again, I read through the medical documents.
Okay. And he continued to have back problems and hip problems and stomach problems and many problems for a long time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, could I ask that the text messages from November be marked as an exhibit, the ones that are coming in as an exhibit?
Oh, yes. The ones we discussed earlier.
Yes.
All right, we'll mark those as an exhibit.
Did we mark that N, Your Honor?
They were previously marked as N.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yes, yes.
I think it might be the other ones. Those might be.
No, it was the ones that were earlier. Oh, I may have them here. Let me just see. I have them here. Here you go, Ms. Draper.
Thank you. Oh.
They were previously marked for identification as what letters on those right now? I.
So this will be 53?
Can I just take a look before they get?
Yes, you may.
You can put them right on the table, Mr. Thank you.
Same objection, Judge.
Yes.
Okay.
They were put up there.
They're right on the table.
Okay. So, part of what you collected through the search warrant of Judy's phone were recent text messages between her and Leroy Fowler in November of 2022, right?
Yes.
So this is them talking to each other back and forth via text in the lead up to the incident that you're investigating, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, including that there were text messages that focused on the night of November 10th, which is the night before Leroy's birthday, and the incident and the 911 call, which was the morning of November 11th, right?
Yes.
Okay. Those text messages been marked Exhibit 53. And you're generally familiar with these, right?
Yes.
These were something you specifically looked at during your investigation. In fact, you asked to specifically have a time period that included this time, right?
Yes.
To shed some light on what was going on between them, right?
Yes.
Were they fighting? Were they getting along? Was there evidence of animosity or homicidal intent or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to read every single text message. You're aware that many of them are explicit sexual messages,
Yes.
right? And they were messages sent from Leroy to Judy at 9 o'clock at night on November 10th, which is the night before, right?
Yes.
And again at 9:30, right?
Yes.
And again at 9:54,
Yes.
10:23,
Yes.
10:38,
Yes.
10:43,
Yes.
10:51,
Yes.
11:21,
Yes.
11:40,
Yes.
11:52, and actually one at 11:59, right?
Yes.
So these were all messages, and Judy was replying to these messages, right?
Yes.
And essentially what Leroy was doing was he was creating sort of a sexual, seemed like a fantasy scenario. Is that fair to say?
I agree.
Like imagine if you would do this, Judy, and then there'd be some pretty explicit language, right?
Yes.
And links to photographs or other things, right?
Yes.
And a lot of Judy's responses were along the lines of, yes, hon, that would be great. I would love to do that type of responses, right?
Yes.
And they continued with less frequency, but they continued through the morning hours of November 11th, right?
Yes.
There were text messages at 12:30 a.m., right?
Yes.
2:18 a.m.,
Yes.
2:40 a.m.,
Yes.
3:45 a.m.,
Yes.
4:52 a.m.,
Yes.
5:07 a.m.,
Yes.
Let me see if I got the last one here. That's what I want to get to. Okay. So it looks like the last message that was sent was by Leroy to Judy at 5:27 a.m., right?
Yes.
And Judy, it's the same pattern, right, of kind of, how's this for a sexy idea of some sort?
Yes.
And then she would reply all the way through, right?
Yes.
And this was his birthday, right?
Yes.
And in fact, those text messages corroborated what she told you about him coming down the hall early in the morning, 6:30, right?
Yes.
She mentioned she had some kind of intimate relations. Didn't want to go into the details, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing about these messages from Leroy to her is they are all coherent in their sort of physical execution, right?
Yes.
So he's got this little black iPhone, which gets taken as an exhibit, taken as evidence, now as an exhibit, right?
Yes.
And what he's doing throughout this whole time period is successfully manipulating that phone, typing out words, right?
Yes.
Putting together links, right?
Yes.
Staying on theme and topic, right?
Yes.
And there's no obvious signs of impairment, right?
I mean, there's a bunch of typos. I don't know if I can say he's
Right, there's
not.
typos.
I don't know if I can say he's not impaired, because you can be impaired and still string a message.
Let me stop you there for a moment.
Yes,
Because speak of impairment, I think some of our jurors are starting to struggle a little bit. Let's stand up and take a stretch break, please. And as I said earlier, I've been in your position in a pretend trial, and it's really hard, and it's particularly hard after lunch. These afternoons are long, and they're a challenge for everybody. So if anybody right now raises your hand. You think the stretching will be good enough, or does anybody feel like maybe they need a quick break? Because I think we're pressing through and making progress, including with Sergeant Williams.
I would agree.
All right. Do you want to try jumping jacks? Make us do? Make the jurors do? Okay. Now, if anybody needs a real slap in the face, ask the person sitting next to you. I won't lay hands on any jurors. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also benefited from that break, so I appreciate that. And I only
It's not a commentary on you, Mr. Scully, I'm sure.
Thank you. So I only have a few more questions, which were that follow-up to, yes, there's typos in these text messages, but nothing where somebody, falls asleep with their thumb on a number or, sends an R, you see some of that happen, right?
Yes, there's nothing indicating he's like blackout drunk or anything.
Right. And a few hours later, we see him on the videotapes that Judy made and on the body-worn camera, and he's completely, he's in trouble at that point, dexterity-wise. He can barely move around, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a big gap between what he appears to have been accomplishing up until 5:30 and what he looked like for sure on the video not long after.
I would agree.
Okay. The last thing that I want to ask you about is through your exhibits, you showed many images that you picked from Judy's phone and photographs and the like. And I'm wondering if you came across something on her phone that was entitled video montage with music entitled Together Over the Years. And it was a series of photographs and set to music that were all of her and Leroy sort of in happy and good times. Did you come across that?
You said it's a video?
It is a video, and it has still photographs for the most part and music. Do you recall that? And it has specifically this caption, Together Over the Years. It's one of those kind of things that people make.
She had a lot of photos and videos. That one's not ringing a bell, but I do believe for videos I could only look at the November 11th day. It was photos. I could look at all photos for the drinks. So I don't know if I saw that video to stay within the search warrant.
Okay. I would move this in as the next exhibit, Judge. I'm not asking to play it at this time.
Mr. Camellia.
Objection, Judge. I don't.
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar.
It'll be P for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Camellia.
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of things I want to try to clear up, sir. At the beginning of the cross-examination, you were asked some questions about, you know, the color of the liquid in the Powerade and how, you know, I believe it was antifreeze might be able to get into a bottle like that. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And so the question that I want to ask you, sir, is during the course of your investigation, did you do some research into other types of other antifreeze poisoning cases?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the number one?
Objection, Judge.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Jurors, following up with what I told you regarding questioning that was being put to Sergeant Williams by Mr. Scully regarding certain things he may have known or decisions he made, that you may consider those in terms of assessing the adequacy, the completeness, the thoroughness of the investigation. The same is true of questions that are being put to him on redirect, asking him what he may have known and why he may have chosen to do this, that, or the other thing. So, for example, I'm about to allow him to answer a question that was put to him right when the objection was made about something that he may have learned about looking at other cases or reading some background information, perhaps on ethylene glycol poisoning. It's important for you to understand that if whatever he may relate that he came to understand, that's not admissible for you, for your purposes, as proof that that's actually accurate. It goes to what Sergeant Williams tells you he knew and how that informed the decisions he made, what he chose to do, what he chose not to do, and you assess all of that in considering, again, your view of the adequacy and thoroughness of the investigation. But when he's relating that kind of information, it is not admitted for the truth of whatever he's telling you he may have learned. With that,
thank you, Judge.
You may put the question.
During the course of the investigation, sir, did you look into how antifreeze or ethylene glycol can be hidden in beverages?
Yes.
And what did you learn during the course of your looking into that issue?
We had seen previous cases where sweet drinks were used to mask antifreeze and successfully kill someone.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross about why no testing for a bittering agent was done. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Why did you ultimately decide that bittering agents did not need to be tested for?
So there's a few reasons. One, Leroy Fowler drank the drink, so we don't think he was alerted to the flavor. Two, he had cocaine, in his system from the autopsy, so that could indicate some level of impairment. And perhaps, if you snort cocaine, what that could do to your taste.
Objection.
Overruled. Again, this is the kind of information I was just talking about. It's this isn't admitted for the truth of whatever Sergeant Williams may have been supposing about the effects of cocaine. This was his thinking as it bore on his decision. That's what he's being asked about. Why did you decide not to test for a bittering agent? That's been put into issue here. He's giving you his explanation. You may consider it as you evaluate his explanation and evaluate the decisions that he made investigatively, this one and others. But this is not proof that, for example, if one is snorting cocaine, they are not able to taste a bittering agent. This is not proof of that. Go ahead.
What else, sir?
The other that we knew from the testing that it was a cut drink. So it wasn't, this isn't a 1-for-1 ratio of picking up a bottle of antifreeze and drinking it, and therefore drinking out of this red Powerade bottle is identical in taste and flavor. So that comparison is, it's not 1-for-1.
When you say 1-for-1, do you mean he wasn't drinking straight antifreeze?
Yes. Yeah, he wasn't drinking straight antifreeze. We also came across studies from poison control that the introduction of Bittrex, these are actual studies.
It's the same limitation. Unless and until these studies are put in front of you in a proper admissible form, what the sergeant's about to tell you about what he may have learned is not proof that that's in fact what these studies show or that's what science shows. It goes to what Sergeant Williams understood and believed at the time and how that impacted his investigative decision-making.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. In these studies from poison control stated that accidental ingestions were not reduced once Bittrex was involved. There's actually been no data to support like a dramatic decline in once Bittrex was in antifreeze, all of a sudden people weren't accidentally ingesting it. It's just been the same across the board. And then we also talked about there's just no control group studies for this. That's something that doesn't exist.
When you say there's no control group studies for this, there's no control group studies where people are purposely given antifreeze to see what it tastes like, is what you're referring to, whether it has bittering agent in it or not.
Yes. So ultimately, with all those, it was clear to us that comparing this bottle to him drinking straight out of a bottle of antifreeze, and he would have tasted the bitterness and been alerted right away, they're not comparable.
Thank you. During the course of your investigation, did any witness that you spoke to ever suggest that Leroy Fowler was suicidal?
No.
Did you find anything at the home of Mr. Fowler and Ms. Church that suggested to you that suicide was at play here?
No.
During the course of the search conducted first by the team that you were working with, and then when you went back to the home, was antifreeze itself outside of the power bottle ever found, like a bottle of antifreeze itself?
No.
I think you made this clear on cross, but just so it is clear, when you gave the remaining liquid that was in the Powerade bottle to the defense investigator when required to do so, fair?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Now, well, finally, sir, you were asked a couple of questions about exhibit, I think it was 38. Mr. Scully might still, it's still back here, I think. Yeah, exhibit 38, this is the cup that was on the side of the bed that was photographed taken off of Miss Church's phone from August 26, 2022. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, sometimes when pictures get printed out, that affects them. You had the opportunity to actually look at that picture directly on Miss Church's phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked at it on the phone, any question in your mind that was orange?
Zero question. It's orange.
Okay. And then we do have a digital copy of that photograph that we could try to display for the jury and put it up on the monitors. And again, looking at that, sir, any question in your mind that is orange?
It's orange.
Thank you. I guess I have 1 second, Judge.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Mr. Scully.
Just a few questions, if I may, Judge.
You may.
So, just a few more questions. So, you mentioned on redirect, that you considered some factors as to why not to test for the bittering agent, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know that there was a bittering agent or could be a bittering agent until either 2023 or even 2024 in this case, right?
Well, again, like I said,
Well, wait, that should be a yes or no. Like, you didn't know.
I did clarify my answer, though, when you said 2023 or 2024, and I just said both years because I couldn't remember the exact time, and I'm under oath, and I just want to make sure I have it right. But then I said, it was relatively early in the investigation, so 2023.
It was 2023? When?
Like I said, I've been consistent. I don't know the date of when in 2023.
How did you find out?
I didn't find out the date. I'm not saying I know the date.
How did you find out about the bittering agent? Like, what alerted you?
Oh, sorry. We had talked to like the OCME, all of our research. We've read the ingredients. Again, I didn't like write a report that like I discovered there's bittering agent on this day. It just came up.
So it came up, but
yes.
It wasn't significant enough for you to write a report.
No, we had discussed, like I just stated, we had discussions about why we didn't test for it. I gave the reasons.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm now asking you, when you learned about it,
Mm-hmm.
did you write a report?
About Bitrix? No, I'm not a chemist, a scientist. I can't.
You're
tell
now
you what
claiming
Bitrix
in
is.
2023 you were aware that there may be a bittering agent in the sample that was being sent to NMS laboratory, right?
Well, I'm not now claiming. I've said that since the beginning.
Okay. Did you alert NMS?
Did I alert NMS to the ingredients of what
You
they
say
were
there
testing?
there might be a bittering agent. Can you check for that?
No, I just said that we determined we weren't going to test for it, so we didn't request them to test for it.
Okay. Did you have an email exchange with the prosecutor about that?
No,
Was it a verbal?
verbal.
Yeah, okay. And you also testified that cocaine in the system can affect somebody's taste, right?
Yes.
And that you testified that there were studies from poison control that were suggesting that even though the bittering agent has been introduced over the last 10 years or so, there are still a high number of accidental ingestions, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what the Massachusetts law calls for when it comes to antifreeze is that there's a sufficient amount to make it unpalatable, right?
That's the verbiage in the law. That's correct.
And they come to an amount, 30 parts per million to 50 parts per million, in order to get to it, make it unpalatable, right?
Yes, that's what they
All
say.
right, so unpalatable. That doesn't mean that someone couldn't sweeten it up and chug it down if they wanted to, right?
That it's unpalatable doesn't mean someone couldn't sweeten it up.
And chug it down.
Could a person, a person can drink whatever they want.
Right. They can get through it if they wanted, right? Now, you also testified, now we showed that, we'll strike that. You also testified that you had reviewed previous cases where sweet drinks were used to mask antifreeze, right?
Yes.
Okay, what were the name of those cases?
I don't know the, like Commonwealth verse. I don't know all the case names. We had talked
Name
about.
one.
There's one in 2023. I forget what state. It was like a woman using sweet tea. If you Google it, she used antifreeze.
Okay, there's one. What about the other one? Any others?
I didn't write down other cases. I don't know them off the top of my head.
You're saying that you're, in part here, that this is a basis for the decisions you're making, are these previous cases. And you've got some case that you Googled up in 2023, you think, you don't know what state, some woman, you don't know what her name is, right?
If you Google antifreeze poisoning cases, there's cases.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, if you used it as a decision-making factor in your mind, what are they? What are the cases?
I don't know the case numbers off the top of my head, but again, if you Google it, you will see.
Yeah, but the problem is every case is different, right? Those cases didn't involve Judy Church, right? They didn't involve Leroy Fowler, right?
No.
We don't know if they didn't involve Rain-X, right?
No, we looked up antifreeze cases.
Antifreeze cases. But you can't name the case or the person's name or the jurisdiction, right?
That doesn't mean they didn't happen.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying that they're totally different situations compared to this unique case you have.
Honestly, antifreeze and a sweet drink, it kind of sounds identical to me.
It does, right? But she deserved a better investigation. No further questions.
All right, so, well, that's stricken because that's not a question, but that concludes the examination. Oh, I'm sorry. You have do we have one more?
What?
Yeah, do you have anything else?
Oh, no, Judge, thank you.
Very good.
I think
All right. Thank you very much.
you, Your Honor.
Step down. I'm just going to check in with counsel before I let you go for the day just to see where things stand. All right, jurors, the way things look, we'll have a number of witnesses tomorrow. There is the Commonwealth's last witness is the medical examiner who's not available till Thursday, but they will probably get through all of their other witnesses tomorrow. If we end up ending early, I thought we were going to end up earlier today than we did, but if we end up ending early, that's because we're just one witness shy of the Commonwealth completing its case, and its last witness, the medical examiners, you might imagine, are fairly busy, and they're going to lots of different courts in between doing their actual work as medical examiners. So the medical examiner is not available till Thursday morning. Commonwealth expects that we'll rest at that point, and that's when the defense case will begin. So we're moving right along. We're in good shape in terms of completing this case, getting the evidence all done over the next several days. So I want to thank you all for your time and attention today, even when you were struggling with your attention. As I've told you, there's absolutely no shame in that. It's completely understandable. So you know the drill. Until we see each other again tomorrow, do not discuss the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves, and please don't allow yourselves to see, read, hear, or overhear anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and you're excused until tomorrow morning at 9.
All right.
Here's all the photos.
A couple different matches.
Thank you.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
All right, there's nothing I need or want to discuss for that matter. Had enough of all of you. But if any, does anybody need to discuss anything before we recess for the day?
No, thank you.
Very good. I'm joking, of course. Oh yes, you may take this. Thank you. There you go. And you take. I am going to watch the USB drive.
Judge, I do have one really quick thing.
Okay.
If the court is willing. Mr. Scully and I, and Mr. Narcos have spoken. I have a witness, Heather Harris, who, if she testifies, she asked if she could do it via Zoom. She had some travel difficulties, and then she has to be somewhere else on Monday of next week. So I did bring the issue up with Mr. Scully. I understand that the defense has a witness who has some health issues that might also be served by a Zoom. And when I say Zoom, I just mean any thing on the TV that could be any form of whatever we use. If just wanted to put that on the court's radar, I don't want to obviously don't want to delay anything more than absolutely necessary. I don't love Zoom for witnesses, but I do think with professional witnesses like experts like that, it's a little bit different, and I do think that it would keep the trial moving along and not delay us into Monday or Tuesday of next week with potential rebuttal witnesses or defense witnesses. So I just wanted to put on the court's radar to see if the parties are in agreement, then the court would allow it.
If the parties are in agreement, I will allow it. And because it's running to witnesses on both sides, perhaps it's something that you'll both agree to, given the nature of who the witnesses are. I generally would not allow Zoom over the objection of a party. I make a rare exception if I feel the defendant's due process rights would be deprived if a truly unavailable witness, except remotely, were not being permitted to testify because they couldn't be in person. But generally speaking, I like both sides to agree. And if they stand on their right to have the person in court, I'll generally honor that. But if you both agree, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, I'll accommodate that.
We'll discuss.
We do have an agreement on that point, Judge.
Then you can both count on being able to do that, but you got to work with our courtroom expert on such matters, Ms. Draper.
I've already given them instructions on what they need to do or how to direct their witnesses to dial into the system, Your Honor, so we should be all set.
Okay, then that's fine. All right, very good. We'll be in recess until tomorrow morning.
Court call, rise.
I gotta go. Can I give it to you tomorrow? I printed it for you.
I
gave
just
you
don't
each
know
a
what I
copy.
did with it. I know you did, and I just don't know what I did with it. And,
Okay.